dear batchmates. Please join us in extending a warm
तेरा कहाँ पे है?
आयुष बाहर गया है। मेरी दो सीट खाली छूट गई। चलो
Great leaders don't set out to be a leader, they set out to make a difference. It's never about the role, it is always about the goal. India's youth today carry an incredible spirit of ambition and innovation, with many stepping into communities beyond cities to drive meaningful change. They are bringing fresh ideas, digital skills, and creative solutions that strengthen livelihood, open new opportunities, and reimagine development while staying connected to our roots. By engaging closely with people at the grassroots, young leaders are showcasing how energy and creativity can turn challenges into pathway for progress.
When this youthful drive is nurtured through guidance, mentorship, and opportunity, it does more than spark innovation. It creates jobs, strengthens industries, and adds new perspective to global challenges. Most importantly, when the vision of our youth connects with the possibilities across India's heartlands, it opens doors to transformation that is not only economic but also inclusive and sustainable.
Distinguished dignitaries, esteemed guests, respected professors, seniors, and my dear friends.
A very good morning to one and all present here. I, Elena Senapati,
And I, Shagnik Banerjee,
on behalf of the entire Exile fraternity, take immense pride in welcoming you all to this grand event of our School of Rural Management, Abhivyakti 2025, the biggest rural management business conclave. It's our privilege to welcome the esteemed dignitaries, distinguished speakers, and the respected faculty members who have graced us with their presence today.
it is with great honor that we now request the Vice Chancellor, Father K.S. Casimir, SJ, Professor Neeraj Kumar, Dean, School of Rural Management, Professor T. Kumar, Faculty Coordinator of the Rural Managers Association at Exam University, and Mr. Mohammad Adnan, Coordinator of RMAX, to please come forward and take their respective seats on the dais.
Dear seniors and my dear batchmates, please join us in extending a warm welcome to our esteemed dignitaries. Sir, your gracious presence adds immense value to Abhivyakti 2025, and we feel truly privileged to have you with us today. We now invite Mishmita Kiran from our hospitality team to present respected Vice Chancellor Father K.S. Cassidy, SJ, with a sapling, symbolizing the growth potential within every young leader. Just as the saplings require care to bloom, we are committed to empower tomorrow's change makers. We request Vishwita Kiran from our hospitality team to present respected Professor Neeraj Kumar, Dean, School of Rural Management, with a sapling to show our appreciation. We now invite Sai Toto from our hospitality team to present respected Professor T. Kumar, Faculty Coordinator of RMEX, with a sapling to show our warm regards.
Light a lamp, not just to chase away darkness, but to spark hope in every heart and guide us all towards a brighter tomorrow. When we light a lamp, we don't just eliminate the shadows around us, we kindle hope within every heart. That small flame becomes a symbol of resilience, unity, and a promise of a brighter tomorrow. Let us be that light for others, not just to dispel fear, but to lead with compassion and courage.
We now request our esteemed dignitaries to proceed with the lamp lighting ceremony, symbolizing the illumination of knowledge and the beginning of a transformative journey together. We also invite our distinguished speakers to join them on the stage for the same.
Çok ben sosyal sistema office yes.
I now request everyone to please stand up for the prayer.
सर्वेषां 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 स्वस्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां शान्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां पूर्णं भवतु सर्वेषां मङ्गलं भवतु सर्वेषां स्वस्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां शान्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां पूर्णं भवतु सर्वेषां मङ्गलं भवतु सर्वेषां स्वस्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां शान्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां पूर्णं भवतु सर्वेषां मङ्गलं भवतु सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
Thank you. We are now request everyone to please be seated. We also extend our heartfelt gratitude to our dignitaries for gracing us in the landlighting ceremony. Moving forward, we now call upon Mr. Mohammed Adnan, coordinator of RMEX, to shed some light upon the theme Abhivyakti 2025.
Good morning, everyone. Respected Father Vice Chancellor, Dean, School of Rural Management, dear faculty members, our distinguished speakers, and my dear friends. It gives me great joy to welcome you all to Abhivyakti 2025, an initiative by Rural Managers Association of Exile University, RMAX. This year, our theme is Riding the Wave, Empowering Young Leaders in India's Economic Rise. You might wonder, why this theme and why today? We are living in exciting times. India's economy is growing, technology is changing how business work, and rural markets are becoming the center of attention. But growth alone is not enough. The real challenge is how do we, the young generation, use this growth wisely? How do we make it inclusive, sustainable, and meaningful? For our second year friends preparing for placements, this theme is a reminder that companies are not only looking for managers, they want leaders who can think differently, adapt quickly, and bring solutions that work in both urban and rural contexts. For our first year, stepping into summer internships, it's an invitation to learn with open eyes and ears, to observe the changes happening on the ground, and to come back with experiences that will shape your journey ahead. Abhivyakti is here to inspire us, to push us to think bigger, and to prepare us for the roles we are about to take on. It is about connecting what we learn here at XIM with what the world truly needs outside. So today, let's listen, let's ask questions, and let's challenge ourselves to not just ride the wave of India's growth, but to steer it in the right direction. As Mahatma Gandhi said, the future depends on what you do today. We need to make the best of the opportunity we have today. Thank you, and I wish you all an engaging and meaningful Abhivyakti 2025.
Thank you, Adnan, for your thoughtful words, which have not only enriched our understanding but also inspired us to look at things from a fresh perspective.
As we continue, we are pleased to welcome Professor T. Kumar, Faculty Coordinator of RMAX and Associate Professor at the School of Rural Management, Exam University. Sir holds a PhD from the Institute of Rural Management, Anand, and has more than 15 years of teaching experience. His research focuses on digital technologies, including the use of artificial intelligence for social development and governance. We are truly delighted to have him with us today and look forward to learning for his valuable insights.
Respected Father Vice Chancellor, Father K.S. HDSJ, respected Dean, respected distinguished speakers who have graced Abhivyakti from outside, dear faculty colleagues and dear students, a very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to apologize to Father Vice Chancellor for extending a last-minute invitation to him to grace this occasion. As the faculty coordinator of RMAX, I take full responsibility for that mistake. And we are very grateful to Father for gracing this occasion. I'm happy to say that this is the 12th edition of Abhivyakti, of which I'm a small part of. The theme of this year's Abhivyakti is empowering young leaders in rising India. I would like to concentrate first on the young part. For this, I would like to quote the English romantic poet William Wordsworth. By the way, since all the students belong to the great Gen Z, I hope you don't get it wrong. Romantic over here does not stand for the Bollywood kind of romance. It stands for a certain age of poetry in which imagination and emotions were emphasized as a reaction against the cold rationality of the scientific and the industrial revolution of the 17th and 18th century Europe. This quote was made by Wordsworth in the heavy aftermath of the French Revolution, when people were idealistic, they were hopeful of building a brave new world, an utopian society, a brotherhood, a civilization of love and brotherhood. The quote starts with, "Bliss was it in that dawn to be alive. Bliss was it in that dawn to be alive, but to be young was to be in very heaven." Unquote. Thus, Wordsworth understood the enormous potential of youth for idealism and for effecting social transformation. Of course, the radical objectives of the French and other social revolutions were not immediately achieved. But then Rome was not built in a day. Even in 2025, we can be optimistic about social progress at a global level. Now, Coming to India, as we know, India is the fastest growing, large economy in the world. With a GDP of 4.19 trillion US dollars, in terms of nominal terms, we are the fourth largest economy in the world. But if we calculate in terms of purchasing power parity, the GDP quadruples and becomes more than 16 trillion US dollars. So we are the third largest economy in terms of PPP after China and America. Now, India is a part of the global South and Asia. It may be sounding like a cliche, but this century is Asia's century. As part of the rise of the global South and Asia, India is also rising. This is facilitated in a stellar manner by groupings like BRICS and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. And the rise of the global South is not just good for the economy of the global South, but is also making the world a more equal place. Now, but there are two problems in this. The first is, as we saw in the latest edition of the SCO summit at Tianjin, China, we saw some interesting humanoid robots, right? So they represent the future competition for human beings, or even the current competition. But then the moot question arises, how can poor human beings with a small 1.3 kilogram brain compete with artificial intelligence algorithms running across tens of thousands of servers in 100 megawatt data centers situated all over the world? It seems like a very unfair competition. The second point is, even if we win in the race against artificial intelligence, the ontological inevitability of a rat race is that whether we win or lose, we will remain a rat. Now, as the American journalist Sidney Harris said, it is not a great danger if computers start thinking like human beings, but it is a great danger if human beings start thinking like computers. Right? So, in this insanely fast-paced, tech-driven world, are we losing the deeper moral and spiritual purpose of our life and becoming a mere cog in the larger scheme of things? This is a vexating question. These two vexating questions may have one single solution, probably. There are a few areas in which human beings are better than artificial intelligence. They are having empathy, having a moral compass, and having soft skills. So if we are good in these areas, probably we can win not just the race against artificial intelligence and use it for our own benefit, but can also probably get a deeper, richer meaning for our lives that make it worth living. Now, with all humility, I would like to say that in the rural management field, we have a unique advantage in this regard, in terms of having empathy, having a moral compass, and in terms of having soft skills. That's why RMAX, the functional committee of the Rural Management School of Exam University, has its tagline, armed with empathy. I wish Abhivyakti a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughtful and valuable insights. To carry the session forward, it's our privilege to invite Professor Neeraj Kumar, Dean, School of Rural Management, to address the gathering. Sir is an alumnus of GB Pant University and brings along extensive experience in agribusiness, corporate social responsibility, and rural development. Through his diverse roles in teaching, research, and advisory work, he has connected academic expertise with real-world development challenges. Through his work, he provides valuable lessons on how expertise and experience can create meaningful impact. His journey inspires us to think about how we too can contribute to development and drive positive change in communities aligned perfectly with the spirit of empowering young leaders to make a difference. So please.
Respected Father Vice Chancellor, my faculty colleague, Professor T. Kumar, Coordinator RMAX, Adnan, the Coordinator RMAX, invited guest speakers, and my dear faculty colleague and students. This is the occasion which we usually wait to have so many people coming together from different field of expertise and share their experience with you. I take this opportunity that in Abhivyakti 25, we have been able to find out the best mix of speakers for all of you. I welcome all of you here, and I once again welcome Father Vice Chancellor. It will be in my knowledge, this will be the first students' activity which Father Vice Chancellor has been participating. I, on behalf of the School of Rural Management, would certainly express my gratitude for accepting our invitation. Friends, this is the time when the topic which my colleague, Professor Kumar, spoke and dealt in detail, I will share some of the market realities where we are standing. Only 2 days back, I was in market and I was interacting with many industry leaders. And then I was just asking one question, that what do you want from my students to do? The one thing which come out is this, the technical expertise is one, but the attitude is the foremost thing we actually expect that your students would have. Then after this, some of the behavioral skills, they really wanted to have our students, but one thing which probably struck me most was that the gap the industry has created in the last 10 years. They said that academics is not able to meet the requirement and is not able to cope up the way the industry is moving. And the gap is getting larger and larger. And so this was the actual background. When I expect my invited speakers who are already established and distinguished in their own field to help us to bridge the gap that is existing over there. I must admit that academics of late has lagged behind. The industry, the technological changes, and the arrival of the knowledge, particularly artificial intelligence and its application in every walk of life, has made us to think that how actually the world would be and how I can prepare myself and you all people so that you become relevant and you remain relevant in years to come. The challenges are really there. But I am sure with the presence of these eminent speakers and with your participatory interaction, you will be able to learn and you will be able to master it. I tell you that your journey and interactions with whatever they are going to speak on this occasion should not end today. They will only give you the sum of the things which are correct the tip of the iceberg. But you have to really dive deeper, and then find out what the subject is. Another point I would certainly like to see this, that during this sitting, I had an opportunity to meet few of your seniors and our proud alumni. I tell you that they are doing exceedingly well in their own companies, wherever they are in their own organization. And when I was meeting their seniors, they said that you did not explain me about XIM Rural Management Program. We know it well, and we know it well not because the XIM is a brand, but because your students are working with us. I am sure that you will continue the same legacy with which this particular institute has. I will bring 2 individuals, and then after I will end my speech. This institute, when it was being conceptualized, there was a visionary Jesuit called Father Bogart. And he said that the development cannot happen in isolation. The development has to reach where the development is required most. We could not wait that the development trickles down and reaches to them. You have to reach over there. That's the one thing which very changes. And then the another gist which I would certainly like to highlight, when I joined this institute, at that point of time, Father Abraham, who is known with him, he said that no, we don't have to take rural management in a way that it's something which is rural. It's something which you feel that has a very limited scope. He said that you have to make them much more empowered and much more powerful and much more enlightened so that they can take the challenges of the world wherever it is come, whether it is a social, whether it is economical, and whether it is a business. And actually, that's the thing which is driving us together. And that is where the challenge in front of us lies. But on one side, you are finding the people who are in the strategy, your speaker is a strategy. People on one side, you are talking about the people who are doing it with the goal they see. On the other side, you are finding the people from foundation, Mahindra Foundation. So that's the selection. It itself shows that how much challenge we do have and how much scope we have. I'm sure this particularly function, this particularly event will be able to give you that opportunity and will be able to take that benefit. I once again welcome all of you, particularly my invited speakers, and I'm sure you will enjoy your interaction with my students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and thoughtful insights. Your message has truly enriched this gathering and left us much to reflect upon. We are now pleased to invite Vice Chancellor Father K.S. Casimir, S.J., a PhD scholar from NIT Rangoon. He brings with him over 25 years of distinguished leadership.
Professor Neeraj and his colleagues and the eminent speakers who have come all the way here to share with our students their insights, their wisdom, so that our students become enriched and they become a light unto the world. Mr. Sajid Ali, Tech Mahindra Foundation, Mr. Mukul Goyal, Strategic Consulting, Satish N. Thakur, Go Desi, Mr. Bhaskar Ghoshal, SMC Finance. We are indeed immensely grateful to all of you for coming all the way here, and it's a long way. In spite of that, we have taken the pains to come here to be with us, particularly with the hope of this world, the white hope of this world, our young students. Good morning, dear students. Good morning. That's great. I used to tell my students at XLRI Delhi NCR that on this campus, the students are the MIPs, the most important persons. Why you are the most important persons? Because the raison d'etre, the reason for the existence of this university and this department is you, each one of you. You are the reason for our existence. In other words, the fundamental question is, are you being served? Not just in an average manner, in a stellar manner, in an exceptional manner, in a sacrificial manner. I congratulate the department for conceptualizing this conclave, business conclave. I urge this department to come up with more and more innovative programs so that our students have the latest insights, the cutting edge knowledge, and the wisdom to disrupt the market, to disrupt our way of thinking, disrupt our way of life. Those who live in Delhi and other metros long to get away from those hellholes and move into rural areas. I can vouch for that. I'm happy that they came here. Because the air is poisoned, the water is poisoned, there is always noise all around you, and it's taking a heavy toll on our life, on our mental health. Students, you're in the best possible place. And the entire humanity is in the best possible place. You must have read in The Tale of Two Cities, the opening paragraph, the purple prose. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom. It was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief. It was the epoch of incredulity. It was a season of hope. It was a season of despair. We had everything before us, and we had nothing before us. We were all going direct to heaven. We were all going direct the other way. And we are at that stage. In spite of all the advancements, all the prosperity, we are on the brink of collapse, as it were, as a humanity, as society. Because we fail to understand the fundamentals of life, what it means to be a human being. We fail to create a community because we fail to understand that each one of us is a strand in the web of life. John F. Kennedy said, "A rising tide lifts all the boats." But today we know the rising tide is rising a few super yachts. The rest are being left aground. The rich are getting exponentially richer, and the poor are living a miserable life. And this is going to get accentuated unless you, youngsters, envision, dream a new way of life. And that is possible only if you build a community. Community. In spite of all the prosperity and the technological advances, America is the loneliest country, and it's being accentuated. The then Surgeon General of America, an Indian, Vivek Murthy, said, "It's not cancer, it's not cardiovascular disease, it's not hypertension, it's not diabetes that are killing Americans. It is loneliness, isolation, disconnection." As youngsters, it's your bounden duty that you build an India, starting with your own family, starting with your own hostel life, starting with your own university. You need to invest emotionally in building bonds with others. Artificial intelligence cannot empathize. It's armed with empathy. What is the meaning of empathy? We keep using this word, empathy, so frequently. What does empathy mean? Truly, we need to dwell on that. Empathy is inhabiting another person's experience emotionally and intellectually. Inhabiting another person's experience emotionally and intellectually. When you go out into the rural area, you need to invest yourself emotionally in the culture of the place, in the people of the place, in the ethos of the place. in their daily struggles understand, only then you'll be able to really be leaders in the rural areas. As Bharat is sinking, as India is sinking, Bharat will rise. If we can provide rural amenities in rural areas as Dr. Abdul Kalam envisaged, I think all of us will stop going to cities. So as leaders, the challenge before you is to enrich, to uplift our rural areas. India is such a vast, diverse, rich country, blessed with every possible resource. But the only resource that is missing is the human resource, because we fail to mine our minds and hearts and invest ourselves emotionally in this. The moment we begin this mission, it's a mission, it's not a job, it's not a career, it's a calling, it's a vocation, it's a mission. If you love this mission, you'll be enormously, not merely successful, happy and fulfilled. Because ultimately we want all our success and material success to translate into inner happiness. But falsely, we think, acquiring material things alone, status, position, power will make us happy, fulfilled. That's a false narrative media is feeding you with. That's a false story the society is peddling you. So come up with new stories. You need to be compelling storytellers using the data that is available. If you do that, you'll create magically the new Bharat. Bharat will be a light unto the world. As Alice actually put it, light comes from the east. He was not referring to the sun. He was referring to you, each one of you. Can you be that light from the east so that the world will acquire the necessary wisdom to live a life that is meaningful, fulfilling, and joyful? Thank you. Wish you the very best on this occasion. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you, Father, for your thoughtful and inspiring words. Your message has truly touched us and will surely resonate with all of us.
Our deepest gratitude goes out to all our respected dignitaries for sharing their wisdom and warmth with us today. We are particularly touched that, Father, you could join us despite your busy commitments on such a short notice. As we proceed with this session, we are certain that this will be a truly enriching experience for everyone.
With this, we will now break for high tea. May we now request our dignitaries and esteemed speakers to please proceed to the green room. Thank you. We will be back by 11.
Sushi, nine packets. Please. तो मेरा 12 बजे क्लास
लक्ष्य मैसेज ड्रॉप करते हैं आ जाने स्टार्ट होने में लेट होगा एमसी लेके आती है
We request both the batches to please be seated. Please call your friends if they're not here. We'll start the session soon.
A very warm welcome, everyone. Our esteemed speakers, respected professors, seniors, and dear friends. On behalf of the School of Rural Management and Rural Managers Association of Exam University, we are pleased to welcome you all back to Abhivyakti 2025. As we gather here today, we embark on a journey of knowledge sharing and meaningful dialogue. The upcoming session brings forward fresh perspectives, valuable learning, thought-provoking discussions, and the vibrant spirit of the rural management community.
We now introduce our first speaker of the session, Mr. Sajid Ali. Sir is an alumnus of Institute of Rural Management, Anand, and has graduated with Bachelor's in Agriculture from GP University of Agriculture and Technology, Bandhanagар. Sir is a senior social sector professional with expertise in designing, implementing, and evaluation of sustainable CSR programs in the area of skilling, education, health, nutrition, agriculture, and microfinance. Prior to being appointed as the Chief Operating Officer, he headed all the skill development and education direct implementation programs for the Tech Mahindra Foundation. He also helps develop professional processes, research, and monitoring frameworks to address transparency and diligence in the boardroom and across the programs. Prior to the Tech Mahindra Foundation, Mr. Sajid worked with Tenon, Agileva Consulting, and SKS Microfinance Limited. He is a known figure in the development space. He is honored as the Young Leader in the Individual Capacity by Mahatma Award in 2022. Before that, he has been recognized by the World CSR Congress as the top 50 most impactful global professionals listed in social innovation and has completed the Nudge Global Leadership Program Amsterdam in 2016.
Sir, we are delighted to have you with us today. We request you to please take your seat on the dais. Let us now welcome our second speaker of the session, Mr. Mukul Goyal, the co-founder of Strategics Consulting and an alumnus of TIS. An expert in SME industry, he has partnered with small and medium enterprises across India to deliver sustainable growth by driving revenue, boosting efficiency, creating employment, and reducing carbon footprints through technology. He has also pioneered innovative models like the passive approach and hosts the podcast Bharat Ke SMEs, showcasing inspiring success stories from Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities.
Sir, we extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to you, and it would be a privilege to invite you to kindly take your place on the dais. We now request Kshitij Yadav from the hospitality team to please present a sapling to Sajid Ali sir as a token of our respect.
We now request Vismita Kiran from the hospitality team to kindly present the sapling to Mukul sir as a token of our
Rahul.
respect. Moving forward, we are pleased to invite our session moderator, Professor Pradeep Mishra, to take a seat on the dais. He is a PhD from Institute of Rural Management, Anand, and a certified management accountant with more than 2 decades of experience in teaching, industry, and government. He has worked with organizations like BASIX, Aravali, and the Soil Conservation Department of the Odisha government. Sir, may we kindly request you to commence the session.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Warm welcome again. So the theme of this program is related to young leadership, and while the students you might have learned a lot in various theory sessions that what leadership and what exactly what are different dimensions, what are different types of leadership, and there are many others. So we are here to listen to the lived experience of leaders. So without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Sajidati.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, sir. I think I was in the campus in 2000, summers of 2019, 6 years back, and it feels so good to be here on the campus, especially on a rainy day. I don't know how others will take a rainy day in Bhubaneswar, but I'm very happy to see the rains here. Few familiar faces. 2019, Deep sir was there in the session. Professor T. Kumar. Sorry, Sattu sir, आपका पूरा नाम मुझसे नहीं लिया जाता. So Sattu sir was there. Nobody teases him, okay? So these are the two familiar faces back then in 2019, and also my colleague Rashmi, who is here. Rashmi, you can please stand. Hello. So Rashmi, back in 2019, and he will be completing 20 years of the foundation very soon. Is based out of Bhubaneswar. And there is another colleague of mine here, Sudhir Kumar Jina. Sudhir takes care of our implementation program. He is fairly young, 2 years old in the organization. So there is a reason why I brought both of them here. So if you want anything in Bhubaneswar, Neeraj sir, if you want exposure visits to some of our projects, we have around 5-6 projects here in Bhubaneswar and Cuttack. These are the guys you can catch hold of. So they are based out of here. I think very Pragati, very persuasive. She has been after my life, sent the presentation and everything. So I had to create one, and but I'm not very good at making PPT, so I try to speak as freely as possible. Father gave us a lot of inputs, 20 to 30 minutes. Sorry, sir. You can interrupt me wherever I okay. If I cross the time. Okay, but now the time sheet is always here to remind me. So, but where is the time? Where is the clock? So I wanted to bask in the glory of what we have achieved in Tech Mahindra Foundation, but then Father gave me a lot of inputs, and he's not happy that you guys are not reading. So I've done something differently. But before we get into the actual session, I wanted to ask you questions. Please raise your hand. Am I audible from here? Yes. Please raise your hand. If you plan to join social sector, imagine your faculties are not here. People who want to join social sector, just raise your hand. They're not looking at your faces. Don't worry. Higher, please higher. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, quite a few. If you have a fantastic startup idea, of course, I am not the one who can talk about startups. He is the one who will talk more about startups. Startups, nobody who plan to do a startup maybe 5 years down the line. Wonderful, equally. If you want to join the corporate world, forget rural. मेरे को तो पैसा कमाना है. Okay? Higher, please. And lastly, if you want to join the family business. Okay, wonderful. 15-20 people family business also. Neeraj sir, quite a good insight. Now raise your hand if you don't fall in any of these categories. At least professors can raise their hand. Okay, there is a fifth category also if you want to join academics, right? But either of your career choices that you make, this session will help you in building something which will last even when you're not there, right? So I'm going to talk about a framework which probably every fantastic leader that you have seen, every organization that you would have seen, Mukul probably unknowingly would be following this framework, may not be in the conscious mind, but he may definitely be following this framework to build something which will last very long. Okay, but before that, we need to understand what are the problems social sector faces, and these problems are common in any organization, be it a bank, be it a startup consulting company, be it organization like Tech Mahindra or Tata. Any organization, the problems are similar, but they come in different colors, right? In different colors, in different gravity, and different level, right? But one last question, and this is the last I promise. If you have gone through the pre-read material that I have circulated, Pragati would have circulated. Nobody? Just curious to know. I'm not going to punish you for this. Curious to know because accordingly then I'll plan my session and give you examples accordingly. Because I may definitely want to talk about Tech Mahindra Foundation as well, but I don't want to talk about only Tech Mahindra Foundation. So I'll give you some idea of what we do and viewing our experiences, my individual experiences, collective experiences of Tech Mahindra Foundation and what I've learned from the groups. So we'll try to weave in all of it. But before we get into framework, let's think of some of the problems that we face in the social sector too, and what are the pitfalls that you may see. These are the pitfalls that you may see, and you may not be able to build the organizations or a project or your career accordingly, which may not last longer. There are few pitfalls that every organization faces. First, especially this is specific to social sector, dependency on external funding agencies. Have you heard of funding agencies? What are funding agencies? In social sector, there are largely two types of organizations, funding agency and implementing agency, right? So when I joined sector, in fact, one of the batch toppers at IRMA, he got placed in an international agency. And the project that he got was to build a farmer village where they can produce medicinal plants of very high quality. And the oil will fetch them better quality, better money. And this poor guy, he was a topper and he was jealous of him. He got international placement, international organization. So he built a team of 500 farmers, prepared their land, and one fine night he got a call from US that the founders have decided to divert this funding to somewhere else. Overnight he was jobless and 500 farmers, they have prepared their land, they have already lost the crop that they would have planted in the waiting for the medicinal plants to arrive. This did not happen. So the topper was out of job in 3 months. Who got the best placement? I myself, I joined consulting organization as my second employer. So we were very happy. And this was before CSR Act came in, before National Skill Development came in, before we social sector professionals started getting better salaries like 10,000 and 50,000 rupees. So I joined a consulting organization, a small startup, which was destined to grow. But where we faltered, our 80% of the funding was coming from one single organization. It was easy money that was flowing to us, right? And the day that the organization decided not to fund us anymore, we did not have any other clients. So we were wiped out of the market. The recent regulatory changes that you would have seen, how many of you have heard of USAID? All of you are aware of the fiasco, USAID fiasco? All of you? Okay. Just to summarize for those who don't know about the problem, there was a presidential order. The current president of US decided that US aid ka relevance is no more there in this world. But just to give you some figures, in India alone, 800 people lost their jobs. Millions of people who were getting benefit of those programs suddenly were told that you will not be getting the benefits of these programs. My favorite one being there were only these clinics funded by USAID which used to give care to transgender people. Normal doctor or nurse may not be able to understand what kind of care transgender people would need. There was a team who was funded by USAID for it, but suddenly it got stopped. Global scale is huge. Billions of people are affected, and probably 100,000 people have lost their jobs. This is dependency on USAID. Our own internal problems, FCRA regulations. How many of are aware of FCRA? Foreign Currency Regulatory Act. Any money that enters India for funding landscape comes through FCRA regulation. The government has created those norms which are very strict now. Organizations which are largely dependent on FCRA money are suddenly out of business. We are getting called that, okay, our FCRA license is cancelled. Do you have some vacancies? At least 1,000 people have lost their, major 5-6 organizations have lost their licenses, who were employing more than 800 people each. So imagine 4,000, 5,000 people losing their job only because of one regulation in FCRA, and their employers decided to take money only through FCRA and not raise from anywhere else. Similarly, in CSR Act, how many of you are aware of CSR Act? I'm sure many of you will be joining foundations like us and CSR landscape, so better to study CSR Act. There is a recent amendment in the CSR Act which has said that after 31st of March, which is precisely closure of the fiscal year, even if it is 1st of April and you have unspent balance in your account, you have to transfer it to any nationalized fund, maybe Prime Minister Relief Fund, Clean Ganga Project. If you don't do that, then you will be penalized. Okay. So many organizations are suffering because of this. Therefore, portfolios are not diverse. This is the major pitfall in the social sector. Founders trap. Sir, Mukul sir, this is for you also. Founders trap. We have seen many charismatic leaders, genius people founding out the organizations. But what happens when when this particular founder, he suddenly finds a new love, right? I'll give you a story of an Odisha-based entrepreneur. He is currently running his mining company. Turnover would be 700, 800 crores, based out of Odisha, and he has been doing it well for 10 years. Suddenly, he decided that I want to foray into catering business. Like his interest got lost, and he did not build the system so that the mining business would survive. So mining business started coming down. His new love interest is e-catering business, which is also not picking up. 3 years down the line, he suddenly thought that I want to get into real estate business. Right? So founder's trap is always there. If you want to do, or if you want to identify an organization which will last beyond founder's interest and capabilities, then please keep an eye on the organization, whichever organization you join. Please look out for these indicators. There should not be financial dependency on single donor. There should not be founder's trap. You may get founders like Mukul who will speak wonderfully well, but please go into detail and see what kind of systems he has developed. If he suddenly finds a new interest, then what is going to happen with the organization, right? This has happened to us. Many of our friends went to organizations, which were building startups. Very fantastic idea. Founders were superb. I mean, I could have given anything to work with that founder, but then we realized that they found new interest and suddenly things are gone. Scale without systems. We have made many mistakes. We have scaled like anything. In 2012, we did a program called Skills for Market Training. Still, it is going on. So, Skills of Market Training, we train unemployed youth who have completed their 10th, dropped out, 12th, dropped out, graduation के बाद job नहीं है, engineering के बाद job नहीं है, out of the tier 4 colleges, tier 3, tier 4 colleges. So, we build a program which stands for Skills for Market Training, and we train roughly 25,000 youth every year to get a decent placement. In 2012, Rashmi was part of that team. We launched 3 centers in 2012, and in no time in next year, we launched 50 centers. And suddenly we realized that what have we done to ourselves? We don't have systems. We don't have enough systems to manage the data. Our team is not trained to go and support 50 NGO partners, and we were lost. As a result of which, NGOs started taking advantage of that. We used to get, fake data being created by NGOs. So don't scale without systems. If you are joining any organization or creating your own organization, then please make sure don't scale if there are no systems available in place. Outreach versus impact. Again, this is a classic debate which I'm sure all of these learned professors would speak or would have already debated in the class. Outreach versus impact is the most confusing concept in this sector. Simple example being government till 2010 was focusing, not even 10, 2000 was focusing more on increasing enrollment rates in the schools, right? So midday meal, everything was focusing on improving the enrollment rates and they were confusing it with the impact. Suddenly when there was first education survey, we found that students are there but they don't know anything. Grade 6 students was not able to do simple addition and subtraction problems, right? So outreach was high but the impact was very low. I joined SKS Microfinance, which was Asia's largest organization at that time in 2009. And suddenly, out of the college, at the age of 23, I was asked to handle 11 branches, roughly 40,000 customer base, 40,000 borrowers. I was handling 11 branches in Maharashtra. The portfolio size would be around 25 crores. Roughly, aaj ka valuation is 250 crores. At the age of 23, it was a larger than life kind of project for me. And I was very happy. We were giving loans to women from Latu, from Nanded, Sholapur, things, places where finding them on the map would be very difficult. Women, they're getting loan, and women which banks traditionally consider unworthy of taking credit. They were out of the mainstream banking system. So I was very proud of what I was doing. These women were taking loans from us, building good businesses, earning livelihood, helping their families. So one fine day, sir, I called my father and said that financial inclusion is finally there in the India. And this was before this QR code and ATM and everything. I was very happy, and my father said, "Proud of you, sir." That kind of moment that this woman took loan from us. She had a kirana shop now, and now she's expanding to some other places also. So that was the kind of this thing we had. 7-8 months down the line, I realized that all of them are taking loans, 40,000 customer base, which means I'm changing life of 40,000 families and roughly 2 lakh people. At the age of 23, that was a huge achievement for me. But 6-7 months down the line, I realized, yeah, loan to inko dena. Not everybody is using this loan for business. Many of them are consuming also. बेटी की शादी में अगर 2 लाख खर्चा करना था, with this loan they have done it 2.5, right? Son, they wanted mobile. If they would have bought a keypad mobile, they bought a smartphone. So their expenses increased with these loans, and therefore they were in the debt cycle, right? So then I realized that, boss, whatever I asked my reporting manager, he said, "What is our impact?" He said, "Forget about impact. Your only impact is the kind of loan you have distributed. Your and my salary will be dependent on that. Forget about who is using loan for what." So, outreach versus impact is important phenomena. A reinvention cycle, most of us in this sector are trying to reinvent things and wasting resources, not using resources which are freely available, therefore wasting a lot of resources, which money could have used in building other systems. Recently, being AI is the new buzzword, we get requests from a lot of organizations to fund 1 crore rupees for building AI curriculum. And the simple question I ask, can you build curriculum better than Google or Microsoft or Amazon? You can't. They've already built it. Use it. Take 10 lakhs from me and take it to 15 schools. But everybody is focusing on reinvention cycle. If you are joining an organization where they are reinventing things and not using things which are freely and readily available, then trust me, you are at the wrong place. Dependence on external expertise. We do this disability program called ARISE Plus. ARISE stands for All Round Improvement in School Education for Persons with Disability. We have a very wonderful school here, sir. We have a hearing impaired children's school here in Bhubaneswar. All disability. So we have a school close to Bhubaneswar. If any of you is interested in visiting schools which is dealing with children with disabilities, please contact Rashmi. A wonderful school. So till 2018, we were not having internal expertise in disability, and we were largely dependent on NGOs coming with their expertise. And we realized that we were not able to structure the program. We have 40 schools now, but all of them are different operations. Some of them are focusing on occupational therapy, few of them are focusing on learning outcomes and different things. Until we had internal expertise, we hired somebody internally, and then we realized that we were doing a big blunder. And now, after the internal expertise, we are building something which is known as TAN, the Ability Network. We are creating a tech platform where all the organizations giving services and creating products for persons with disabilities will come on this platform, and the service seekers will take the benefits. So these are some of the pitfalls. I don't know how much time I have left, but important to understand all of these indicators. Now, this book. Why I talked about the pitfalls? Because if you avoid these pitfalls, and this framework will help you in avoiding these pitfalls, right? And you will be building something which will last longer than you can imagine, last longer than yourself. Imagine some of the legacy organizations like Tata Mahindra, what they have done, right? How many of you have read this book? None? Sir, of course. That's why father is upset. You guys are not reading. Okay, please do read. But in a nutshell, this you can easily get this summary through ChatGPT also. But important points are this book is a well researched books. What they have done, the authors Jim Collins and Jerry, they have evaluated companies that have outperformed the markets of their own countries for 50 continuous years. Imagine a company outperforming the market of their own countries for 50 continuous years. Learning from those 50 or those multiple organizations is summarized in this book. So they have given universal principles of what it takes to build an organization, to build a career, or maybe build your own startup, or become a leader who can ride on the economic success, not just on the success, India's economic rise, but also India's economic down. This framework will help you in surviving all the crises and all the rights. So what I have done, I have simply adapted this book to social sector organizations, built to last for social sector organizations, right? And I'll take you through, though this book talks about 9 to 10 principles, but I'll be focusing on 5 because of paucity of the time. But what I'll do, I have a book here, which I'll give from our side to the college library. Please do find time to read it. If you're not finding time to read it, ChatGPT ko kar lo. Okay. So, build to last, basically this is a solution framework and universal principles. I talk only about 5, which the organizations have adopted, which have survived market and outperformed markets for 50 continuous years. So first one is clock building. You understand what is clock building? You have to build the clock, and the charismatic leader should not be telling the time to his own team, right? So you have to build the clock, you have to build the systems. Second, we'll talk about each one of them. I'll take a couple of minutes to talk briefly about each of them. Preserve the core and stimulate the progress. I went to Exam University website yesterday, and I saw there were some core values written, very finely written, and they were scrolling up and down. If you go to the website, you'll see those values. So there is a core purpose of every organization that should not change, right? All the organizations, they have survived for longer. Their core purpose remained intact. While things around that, strategy, products, services have changed, but what remains intact is core purpose or their core values or what they stand for. Third is try a lot and keep what works. How many of you are following Shark Tank here? Most of you. एक word है बहुत commonly they use. Hustle. What is the meaning of hustle or a hustler? He is a hustler, he is sitting right here. They try multiple things. Generally, we are being trained to plan perfectly, meticulously, and do flawless execution, right? सब बड़े बूढ़ों ने यही बताया. Even young professors ने भी यही बताया. Plan meticulously and execute flawlessly. But the organizations that have survived for many years, they have tried multiple things and they have kept what it was. Even if you ask him, I'm sure he will have multiple iterations of the products and services that he's offering today against what was the original idea, right? So I'm sure please talk about it when you deliver your answer. Genius of and. This and word is very beautiful, And. Either or may, and I'll talk about it why and is very important. You have to embrace the paradoxes, and the real innovation lies between two options that you feel you have to pick up one of them. Homegrown management. Rashmi is a homegrown management, 20 years with the foundation. I am homegrown management with the team. So we strongly believe that if an organization is not nurturing the talent and hiring CEO and CEOs from outside, this organization is not going to last. This will falter somewhere. You have to nurture your homegrown talent. Quickly, one by one, I'll take few examples. I'll not read through the slides, but few examples here. What do you mean by cloud building and time telling? Anyone? IPL, let's forget about Tech Mahindra Foundation. What is IPL? Everybody knows what is IPL? Indian Premier League. Who built Indian Premier League? Huh? Lalit Modi, how many of you hate him? How many of you hate him for what he has done to the country? But he was a genius, right? Irrespective of what our regulatory authorities think of, what we think of, he was a genius. He created something which lasted even when he went out of the country for so many years. And you know what IPL has become? After the T20 World Cup was launched, and India, if today we send 4 teams to T20 World Cup, in all chances, 3 of them will get into semi-finals. Imagine the kind of systems he has built. In foundation also, when our ex-CEO was a bureaucrat, when she was leaving. So, first academy which we built, and we do a lot of diplomas in healthcare, and largely it was done by healthcare companies like Apollo and Max. We were the first non-healthcare company which started doing diplomas in operation theatre for children who have come from government schools, just did their 12th, no career path. We started doing these programs like dialysis technician, X-ray technician, and all of it. And first academy was a big success, but my CEO was 63. When he said the vision of the academy, he told me, "Beta, I'll be retiring soon, and I don't know you will get many opportunities. Even if you move on, both of us are not here. How will they replicate the academy model?" So document this process of opening an academy. We documented that, and today we have 13 academies. If I'm not here, Bhubaneswar Academy was solely launched by Sunil Kumar Jina. Just we gave him the template to do it. Right? So we have to build the systems and not depend on the clock building, time telling. Preserve the core and stimulate the process. Preserve the core. What is the core of XIMB? Should we call it XIMB or XIMB user? You chalega na? Yeah. So you can read through the slides. But one excellent example is how many iPhone lovers are here. iPhone lovers. Now what iPhone did? iPhone is 50 odd years old company. What do they do? What do they produce? They started with big computers, then Mac. After that, iPod, then iPod, then iPod. Okay, iPhone. After that, iPad, iPhone. Whatever they did, they continuously change their product. But what was their core?
Design and
Innovation. Innovation is a big word. Let's break it down. Their core purpose was to make beautifully designed. Apple phones are beautiful, right? Even iPad, Mac, everything is so sleek, beautiful. You fall in love with the products, right? So their core was to create beautifully designed products which are accessible to all. Accessibility wale point pe there is a debate, but I'll come to it. Right? How many of you are using Netflix? All of you. What is Netflix? OTT platform. What does OTT platform do? Provide you entertainment. How many of you know history of Netflix? How was Netflix started? You know, sir? How was it started? It started with the DVD players. Very good. It started with a DVD rental company, right? See, sir, father was wrong there, well, right? So Netflix started with a DVD rental company. All the founders wanted was to give you good content at your home, not in the theaters, right? So they started with a DVD rental company. You just ask them the DVD and they will deliver it at your home before this Blinkit and everything came into it. So that was the business. Then they pivoted to a subscription-based model, and now they are globally known. Many Netflix का copy बन गया है, Indian homemade हमारी बहुत content company, but the core was delivering the content or entertainment at the comfort of your home, right? At any time you want. So that's the power of preserving the core and stimulating the progress. How much time can you have? 5-7 minutes. Thank you, Pradeep sir. He's my senior and I'm taking full advantage of that. Yeah, so in foundation, we used to, in 2006, we thought of that we should do something with the government school teachers. Because learning was not happening in the school. And as an organization, we thought, what should we do so that this teacher gives their best every day in most adverse circumstances? No chairs, no AC, at times fan is also not working, roof is leaking, there are no furniture for students, but we expect this teacher to deliver the best every day. With this intention, we thought that let's motivate teachers. So we started something called as Shikshak Samman Award in Delhi. Out of 12,000 odd teachers, we used to get 10,000 applications, shortlist 250 applications, and give award to 25 people every year. And these 25 people were getting award from the Chief Minister. They are getting a cash prize. In 2006, imagine 50,000 cash prize. And a learning retreat either at Nainital or at Mussoorie. So we did this for 5-6 years. We thought that this would motivate teachers, not the ones who are getting awards, but also the ones who are seeing them getting an award from Chief Minister and everybody else. So we did this, and later on we realized that this is not percolating the way we wanted. Because more than 25 teachers getting motivated, the remaining who are not getting selected were getting demotivated, right? But the purpose remains same for us. We did a teacher training need analysis and figured out that something continuous is required to keep teachers motivated. Something continuous on their skills is required. So we set up 3 teacher training institutes which are functional even now today. We started first in 2013, second in 18, and third one in 22. We are the only organization which is doing this across India. So we have 3 teacher training institutes where all the teachers from government schools are getting trained on different parameters. We started with creating happier classrooms. That was the core purpose. When COVID struck, safety became a big challenge. Students were prone to cyber abuse. They were getting abused in their own colonies. Physical safety was challenged, so we added creating happier and safer classrooms. We trained teachers on mental health, how to take care of their own mental health and mental health of their children, how to safeguard your children who are just grade 5, because learning was happening on mobile. So how to safeguard yourself from online abuse, from cyber security threats, and first aid, cyber security, all of it we added. And after now, we now realize is the disability case. I don't know how many of you are reading, but disability cases, especially multiple disability cases in India, are on the rise. Right? So we will see in future, at least if we don't do something now, we will see more and more children being born with multiple disabilities. As of now, government tells 2 to 3%, but we from the field know that out of 100 people in India, at least 7 8 are having some sort of disabilities. Right? So we added creating happier, safer, and more inclusive classrooms. And the core remains same, but everything around it changes. Right? So a charismatic leader, what they do? If let's say if there is a new leader who replaces me or my boss in the organization, what they will do? There are 2 kinds of leaders. One, they will come and change everything. Change everything. Even the core purpose is forgotten. And we have seen many companies that have failed, or they change nothing. But the beauty is that you preserve the core and stimulate the progress. Try a lot of stuff and what keep works. So Mukul will probably talk more about it. This is basically a simpler version of design thinking. If you look at the process, experiment, good founders, what they do, they experiment, structure trials, they learn, they lose, and then they adapt, change with the data, they embrace the culture of failure. I think P. Kumar sir today accepted his mistake of not inviting the vice chancellor early on. So that's embracing failure. It's a failure of communication system. And then iterate, right? So this is again one of the very interesting concepts. एक और example इसमें है, one popular company which you think has is best known for R&D. Sony. Have you heard of Sony Corporation? How many Walkman fans here? I'm sure T. Kumar sir was a Walkman fan. आपके पास था ना Walkman? No. Walkman. Maybe your elder siblings or your father would have used, your parents would have used Walkman. उसके बाद PlayStation, Star Wars. PlayStation किसकी सबके पास है PlayStation. Star Wars. But all of these products, Sony failed multiple times. Any normal company would have given up. They failed multiple times when they came up with the best digital camera of this world. And even now that is there. So Sony is one company that is known for R&D. Probably this is the reason they have survived. BlackBerry, we all know what happened with BlackBerry. But have you seen BlackBerry का phone? Apple killed BlackBerry. Usually people say, but BlackBerry did a suicide. Not doing R&D. So Nokia is another example. How Sony overcome all of this? Doing a lot of things, R&D, try a lot of stuff and keep what works. In our case also, in social sector also this works. So continuously we have to reiterate the example. I have given you the teacher training example. Now this one is classic and my favorite, genius of end. How do you reject the false dichotomies? You understand what is false dichotomy? हाँ? अगर ये टीम में होगा तो मैं नहीं होगा. False dichotomy, either or. Okay, I'll make it simpler. How many of you love chocolates? Chocolates? Okay, please put your hands down. How many of you love ice creams? Okay, ice cream lovers some more. Okay, please put your hands down. How many of you love both chocolates and ice creams? Okay, if today, he is your coordinator, right? If he offers you a treat today, for those who love both chocolate and ice cream, what will you choose? Ice cream or chocolate? And you can take only one. Ice cream wale? Chocolate one? Very few, but still there are few chocolate ones. What if I say, ask Kumar sir किस तरह chocolate ice cream मंगा दो, you are the only one. Right? So chocolate ice cream is the innovation between two dichotomies, either chocolate or ice cream के बीच में क्या है? So the innovation lies between the dichotomies always, and this is the genius of it. समझ में आया simple enough? Right? So please embrace dichotomies. If you are able to appreciate दोनों के बीच में क्या है, then you will definitely innovate. And the organizations that have built to last and are surviving centuries after century, IBM is 100 years old now, Mahindra would be 75 years old now, Tata would be what, 150 years? Tata, no? I was a teacher from Tata. So Tata would be more than 100 years old. So what these organizations do? They appreciate the dichotomies. And we done, or very done, either or many goals. And finally, homegrown management. I think I have spoken about it. But there are many examples in the foundation. I am standing here. Rashmi is here. We had a bus cleaner, जिसको जबरदस्ती बोल के we asked him to do his graduation. Now he is in data analysis team. We had a call center agent from Swiggy whom we enrolled for office boy, and now he is heading the procurement of foundation. So there are many such examples in the foundation, and we believe that this is the only reason why we have survived and thrived for 20 years, and hopefully for many years to come, because we believe in nurturing homegrown talent. So this is it from myself. But there are many more principles in this book. Many more principles in this book. I spoke only about 5, but you'll find around 9-10 principles here. This is the book. If you haven't read it, please read it. If you already read it, please read it again. Okay? So I'm leaving this book to the library, school, college library, sir, and I'll give it to you, sir. So please keep it in the library from my side and from the foundation side. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much. I think I overshot. Was it time? Thank you so much, everyone. Any question answers?
Why is this not okay?
So, thank you, Sajid. Wonderful discussion here. And after the second speaker is complete, then we'll open for question and answer. So now, Mr. Mukul, please.
नहीं वहाँ पे नहीं मुझे लग रहा है मैंने देखा था इधर ही उधर देखा वो चल क्यों नहीं रहा है तुम्हें पता है कि कैसे होता है
Are you waiting for Dean sir or are we starting? Hi, good morning everyone. Good morning sir. Hi. Thank you for in the room. For a while I wasn't sure कि साजिद भाई क्या कर रहे हैं in terms of कि एक होता है कि बॉर्नविटा नहीं पियोगे तो ऐसे हो जाओगे और एक बार बॉर्नविटा पियोगे तो ऐसे हो जाओगे. I wasn't sure that was it I tasted in a good manner or a bad manner, but I tried to keep up my word. Next 25-30 minutes happens to be mine and no one can snatch from me. So whatever I'm going to speak, it's purely out of my heart, purely out of my experience. Interesting topic, right? Riding the wave. कॉलेज आने के लिए इतना अच्छा रास्ता आप लोगों ने दिया है. गाड़ी जिस तरीके से चल रही थी, I was like, this is what riding the wave is. I felt for a while maybe this is a part of the theme. कि आपको आने में इतनी दिक्कत होनी चाहिए. But the moment I entered in the campus, I was like, क्या sprawling campus है boss. This is like amazing campus. And I felt for a while that this is what India is. If you don't look India from a nation point of view, but if you look India from not a nation but a company point of view, let's say India Inc., India Incorporated, establishment in 1947. Consider this specific entire thing as a company कि जहाँ पे third generation अब आ चुकी है. 1947 से 1980 तक फर्स्ट जनरेशन ने कंपनी चलाई, 1980 से 2020 तक सेकंड जनरेशन ने कंपनी चलाई, 2020 से 2060 के अंदर तीसरी जनरेशन ये कंपनी को चला रही है. जहां पे यहाँ पे फैमिली बिजनेसेस से लोग आए हैं, वो अपने फैमिली में जाके पूछ सकते हैं कि अगर वो मल्टीपल जनरेशन से हैं, फर्स्ट जनरेशन एंड आई वाज ओके विद हिंदी. यू श्योर? आई एम नॉट अ वेरी बिग फैन ऑफ इंग्लिश ऑनेस्टली. मुझे हिंदी में बात करने में अच्छा लगता है. आई बिलीव दैट्स व्हाट आवर लैंग्वेज इज. सो पहली जनरेशन प्रैक्टिकली सर्वाइवल पे खेलती है, या कुछ नहीं होंगे तो मर जाएंगे. दैट्स व्हाट 1947 टू 1980 वी डिड एज अ कंट्री. सेकेंड जनरेशन स्केलिंग पे खेलती है कि अब सर्वाइवल की कोई झंझट है ही नहीं. वी हैव टू स्केल नाउ. व्हाटएवर हैज बीन गिवन फॉर द फर्स्ट जनरेशन, नाउ वी हैव टू गो एंड वी हैव टू स्केल इन द सेकंड जनरेशन. थर्ड जनरेशन स्केलिंग की कोई झंझट ही नहीं है अभी. Already second generation has done the job of scaling. The third generation role is diversification, which is what currently India is looking for. This nation is now at the cusp of diversification. जो आप सारे के सारे एक कस्बे से, डिस्ट्रिक्ट से, शहर से, गांव से आ रहे हैं, go back and look कि आज से 40 साल पहले, 20 साल पहले आपकी उस जगह को फेमस कहा जाता था. एग्जाम्पल, मैं सूरत से आता हूँ. For a brief period of the city, we were known to be a city of textiles and diamonds. But to give you interesting data, 7 out of 10 solar panels across India are now manufactured in Surat. 8 out of 10 heart stands are now manufactured in Surat. 9 out of 10 huge arcade entertainment parks across the world, now all the brands are from Surat. What is happening? Diversification. So think this country not as a country, but as a company where all of you are responsible to take this company ahead. Third generation entrepreneur, बहुत different responsibility होती है. Somewhere I thought the same way. To just give you a personal experience, 2011 में मैंने अपनी इंजीनियरिंग खत्म करी, 2012 में सूरत आ गया, क्योंकि father happens to be from a background of job, and while I was in college in my final year, one of the professors said a very interesting thing: become a job giver, don't become job seeker. And I don't know what stuck to me, but I didn't sit in my placement cell. Not giving you a point that please follow that. Please don't. That's your choice. I didn't sit in my placements. उसके रीजन और भी है, क्योंकि फर्स्ट सेमेस्टर में 2 बैक थी, सेकंड सेमेस्टर में 1 बैक थी, थर्ड सेमेस्टर में 2 बैक थी, फोर्थ सेमेस्टर में 1 बैक थी. ऐसे करते करते और ओवरऑल 7-8 बैक करते कराते आई स्टिल क्लियर्ड इन ऑनर. 2012 में केम बैक टू सूरत. बोला क्या करूंगा, तो यार एक काम करते, कपड़े की दुकान खोलते हैं. तो बढ़िया 200 स्क्वायर फीट के अंदर एक इंजीनियर ने अपनी कपड़े की दुकान खोली. मंडी टू मंडी घुमा, मंडी टू मंडी, एंटायर इंडिया, राइट. 10-10 किलो, 15-15 किलो के कपड़ों को लेके घुमा और माल बेचा भयंकर तरीके से. Why I could do that? Because there was no fear of losing. क्यों? क्योंकि पढ़ाई तो कर ही चुका था. ये क्लियर था कि कुछ नहीं हुआ तो एटलीस्ट कहीं ना कहीं कुछ काम तो कर ही लूंगा. Did that for good 2-3 years, and I understood that maybe that my dreams are larger than the 200 square feet which I was working in. Usual life के अंदर ऐसा होता है कि आप पहले कॉलेज जाते हैं, फिर आप काम करते हैं, फिर आप शादी करते हैं. सही बात है? You guys would not be aware, but majority of the people who are, how many people here are married? है ना? How many are happy? मतलब कॉम्बिनेशन, ये एंड वाला कॉम्बिनेशन है जो सर समझा रहे थे ना, इफ और नहीं होता है एंड होता है। मेरी लाइफ पूरी उल्टी है भैया। पहले मैंने शादी करी, फिर मैंने काम काज शुरू किया, फिर मैं कॉलेज में गया। 2015 में शादी करी, 2016 में टेस्ट में गया, 2018 के अंदर व्यापार चालू किया विद स्टैटिस्टिक्स कंसल्टिंग। उसके पहले सिर्फ और सिर्फ टाइम पास कर रहा था, कपड़ा बेचा, रेडियो मिर्ची में आरजे बना, प्रोडक्शन इंजीनियर बना, पता नहीं क्या क्या किया, आप सुना किया। बट देन आई अंडरस्टूड वन थिंग वेरी इंटरेस्टिंगली व्हाइल आई वाज वर्किंग इन ऑल ऑफ दिस इज दैट SMEs is what my heart is. I aspire to grow this 30% of GDP contribution of SME to India. This is where Statistics came in picture. Statistics is India's first organization which states that we are there for the SMEs. We will implement every strategy which we create for our customers. Why SMEs? Because it's contributed to 30% GDP of the country. What is the problem statement which we identified? We identified that knowledge is commodity. Knowledge is no more a moat. Knowledge is commodity. And we identified that SMEs, business entrepreneurs, are great in risk, very bad in creating systems and processes. Great in understanding the gaps, great in execution, very, very bad in hiring people. You have the big fours of McKinsey and KPMG and Deloitte and PwCs and all, but there is no big four available for the SMEs. And if they are shit costly. So we thought that can we become the first organization who will say कि नहीं मैं आपको सिखाऊंगा नहीं, आप सीखे सिखाए हो, लेकिन मैं आपके साथ हाथ पकड़ के हैंड होल्डिंग करूंगा, पार्टनर बनूंगा। तो जो साजिद ने बोला बहुत सही बोला कि जब आप एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बिल्ड करते हो तो कई बार आप ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को खुद के सर पे ले लेते हो, that you are the only organization. And from day zero, we were very clear that we do not want to become that organization who is run only by us. So, like I said, that we are not a marketing or a branding or training or mentoring company. We are an SME-focused implementation management consulting company. Just to reiterate the mission statement, which is our India's SME. Sorry, this is not perfect. 3 of our core values of XIM and R are very similar. You have excellence, we have achievement. You have compassion, we have compassion. Courage is something common. Integrity is very common between XIM. These are the core values which I was reading yesterday. I was so happy. Win-win is one of the core values. I'll come back to service later on, and why I want to come to services not to sell but to share, to see that how we have diversified the entire industry. This is where we started with 14th April 2017. आप देख पा रहे हैं छोटा सा गार्डन था, दयाजी आश्रम करके एक जगह है सूरत के अंदर. We started operating from there, where in the Silicon Valley you start from garage, in India you start from garden. बट वो फर्स्ट डे गार्डन का हमने विजिटिंग कार्ड बनाया, उसमें लिखा कि हमारा ऑफिस कहाँ पे, सूरत, बॉम्बे एंड दिल्ली. That's how you do, you hustle. पापा को फोन किया कि आपके कोई रिश्तेदार हैं दिल्ली में है, उनका एड्रेस दे दो, बॉम्बे में है एड्रेस दे दो. हमारे पास ऑफिस नहीं है लेकिन हमारे कार्ड में लिखा है बॉस. Because that's how you do marketing. That's how you start an organization with zero capital, zero funding, no understanding, but still you just want to thrive in the market. 17 is where we were, 2018 we were here, 22 is where we are here. It took us 5 years to come from a garden to where we are right now, and it's been taken 8 years for us to become a 150 people company from 0 people company. जब आपको ऑफिस का जो डेस्क होता है, जब वो बेड बन जाता है, राइट, जब आपके रिश्तेदार आपसे रुक जाते हैं, बीवी बच्चे रुक जाते हैं, तब बनती है कंपनी, तब ही बनती है कंपनी. That's a simple basic numbers which we did for last year, 128% growth, stuff, projects and all. But I'm going to share you very interestingly that what we have done in this organization, where today if I leave this organization, it will still work for next at least 30 to 40 years. And what we have done and how we have done. We identified that there are 7 areas specifically कि जहाँ पे organization kill हो जाती है अगर उसके ऊपर ध्यान नहीं रखा गया. Manpower, geography, services, industries, clientele, community, referral sources. ये 7 चीजें होती हैं जो एक organization को dependability खड़ी करती है. कोई मैन पावर के भी डोमिनेंस है, कोई स्पेसिफिक ज्योग्राफी की डोमिनेंस है, कोई सर्विस आपकी जो है वो इतनी ज्यादा बिक रही है कि उसी की डोमिनेंस हो गई कंपनी पे, एक स्पेसिफिक इंडस्ट्री पे अगर डोमिनेंस है आपकी, अगर क्लाइंटल, लेट्स से एग्जांपल योर 70% of the revenue comes from one specific clientele, that's also dominance. Community, if you're only serving to one specific community, that is also dominance. Referral sources, we identified that there are 7 specific things in a business which kills the business if there is an over dominance of those things. To each specific thing, we made sure every single year बैलेंस शीट पढ़ते हैं, देखते हैं डोमिनेंस कहाँ जा रही है, उसको खत्म करते हैं। साजिद भाई ने बहुत अच्छा बोला कि हमें एक्सटर्नल के ऊपर डिपेंड नहीं होना चाहिए, मैं इंटरनली कहीं ना कहीं अपनी डिपेंडेबिलिटी बढ़ानी चाहिए। करेक्ट, राइट, एंड वी बिकेम सो हैप्पी विद दिस पॉइंट। हमको लगा कि क्लाइंट को तो हमारी जरूरत है, फॉर श्योर है, बट लेकिन हमारी इंटरनल गवर्नेंस बहुत स्ट्रांग होनी चाहिए। वी आइडेंटिफाइड 13 डिपार्टमेंट्स इन हाउस कि जो भी करेंगे ना इंटरनल करेंगे बॉस। हम कंसल्टिंग कंपनी है, क्लाइंट के लिए कोडिंग करनी है, खुद इंटरनल डेवलप करेंगे। डेटा एनालिटिक्स करना है, बाहर नहीं जाएंगे, इंटरनल डेवलप करेंगे। हर वो चीज जो हम सूरत में करते हैं, पूरे भारत से टैलेंट को बुलाते हैं, इट्स ओनली विद वन थिंग, कैन वी बी सेल्फ सफिशिएंट? क्या हम सक्षम बन सकते हैं टू इंश्योर दैट वी आर नॉट डिपेंडेंट ऑन एनीवन? So in the entire organization, starting from me or my partners till the bottom most, every person has 2 people behind them. Every person has 2 people behind them. सिर्फ एक ही बंदे पे डिपेंडेंसी हमारी, वो है ऑफिस बॉय। वो नहीं आता तो तकलीफ है। बाकी उसके अलावा स्टार्टिंग से लेके बॉटम तक कोई भी इंसान के ऊपर हमने डोमिनेंस रखी ही नहीं है। कल को आज मुकुल एग्जांपल, आई डू क्लाइंट एक्विजिशन, आई डू लिटिल बिट फाइनेंसिंग। If I'm not there, doesn't matter. There are 3 more people who are doing it. So every work is divided into different portions. Second, geography. आप जैसे ग्रो करते हैं, you start understanding that आपके अगर dominance एक geography में हो गई है, that this is the geography which gives you the maximum revenue, you become comfortable. You enjoy that comfort, you enjoy that royalty. We said no, we don't want to do that. So to give you clarity, our 15% of the revenue came from Ahmedabad last time. 5% from Baroda, Vapi 5.4%, other cities 19%, the remaining 55% came from Surat. Every single year we are increasing the city to make sure कि कहीं पे भी अगर उस शहर में कुछ भी हुआ तो हमें तकलीफ नहीं आनी चाहिए, हमारा रेवेन्यू नहीं जाना चाहिए। This year I promised myself कि सूरत रेवेन्यू will not be more than 30%. रेवेन्यू कम नहीं हो रहा है, just be very clear, मेरा केक बढ़ रहा है, मैं केक का साइज बढ़ाते जा रहा हूँ, नई ज्योग्राफीज खोलता हूँ, वहां से रेवेन्यू लेके आता हूँ, सूरत का भी ग्रो कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन डिपेंडेंसी मैं कम कर रहा हूँ। व्हाई? बिकॉज़ डाइवर्सिफिकेशन इज व्हाट इज रिक्वायर्ड इन दिस थर्ड जनरेशन राइट नाउ। किसी पुणे, मुंबई, कलकत्ता, राजकोट, जामनगर, रांची, बैंगलोर, हैदराबाद, सिलीगुड़ी, लुधियाना, 15 शहरों में आज के तकरीबन काम कर रहे हैं। अगेन जस्ट टू मेक श्योर दैट वी आर नॉट डिपेंडेंट ऑन वन स्पेसिफिक सिटी और ज्योग्राफी। Services. Again, Sajid Bhai said very nicely कि हमने pivot किया. As we grew, we pivoted. पहले हम सोचते थे that हम क्या बनना चाहते हैं, एक specific consulting organization बनना चाहते हैं। धीरे-धीरे करते we realized that we want to have the entire gamut of function force. एक SME हमारे पास किसी भी stage पे आएगा, हमारे पास काम होना चाहिए। We aspire to become the supermarket for SME. आप आओ हमारे पास किसी भी स्टेज पे आओ, आप एंट्री लेवल स्टेज पे आओगे, हमने मार्केट रिसर्च खड़ा कर दिया। आप प्लांट एस्टैब्लिश करोगे, हमने ग्रीनफील्ड कंसल्टिंग खड़ी कर दी। आप एग्जैक्टली करंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए खड़ी करोगे, हमारे पास सेल्स, ऑपरेशन, एचआर सबके लिए है। आप बोलोगे कि आपके यहाँ पे बिजनेस एनालिटिक्स करना है, हमने आउटसोर्सिंग करना चालू कर दिया। हसलिंग इज वन पार्ट। अपार्ट फ्रॉम हसलिंग, you also start looking at that how do you generate more revenue from the same customer. Jay Abraham gave very interesting 3 specific series of steps. You guys are taking notes. I would really aspire लिखना ये 3 स्पेसिफिक चीज, बिजनेस के 3 रूल। पहला, कस्टमर बनाओ। दूसरा, इंक्रीज द वॉलेट साइज ऑफ द कस्टमर। पहले आप उससे 200 रुपए का माल बेचते थे, अब आप 400 रुपए का माल बेचो। तीसरा, इंक्रीज द फ्रीक्वेंसी ऑफ सेलिंग। जहां पहले आप 6 महीने में बेचते थे, अब आप 3 महीने में बेचो। 3 महीने में बेचते थे, आप महीने में बेचो। सो इंक्रीज द कस्टमर, increase the wallet size, increase the frequency. What we keep doing is हम हर बार एक नई सर्विस लेके आते हैं, नया कस्टमर ढूंढते हैं। क्यों? Encash the customer, see the balance sheet of the customer, see that अगर वो एक चीज खरीद रहा है तो वो आपके अलावा और 10 चीज कहां से खरीद रहा है, क्या खरीद रहा है। Can you reduce your CAC, customer acquisition cost, and you can start selling different products to the same customer? उसको आदि बनाओ आपका, उसको बोलो कि तुमको क्या चाहिए तो बोलना, मैं हूं ना, I will sell you. Apart from this, we will also come in SME investments, we will also come in other services, we will also come in training, we will also come in coaching. एक SME को कुछ भी चाहिए ना, हम खड़े होंगे. Next 15 years is our strategy only and only diversifying into other services, other products, other services. This is simple revenue mix, which I was saying कि हमेशा हमें लगता है कि एक सर्विस बहुत ज़्यादा सक्सेसफुल होगी तो उसको बिल्ड करते रहो. I'm so happy right now. हमारी अगर सेल्स कंसल्टिंग 30-33% दे रही है तो ऑपरेशन कंसल्टिंग भी 30% दे रही है, which means what? कल को अगर एक सर्विस अगर मेरी फेल हो गई किसी भी कारणवश, I won't have a challenge. I will still have my remaining 65% revenue coming from somewhere, which in organization is independent. Sorry, there's some glitch with the. Where people go for services, we thought that can we become the product company. हम खुद के IP, खुद के trademark products लेके आएंगे. We brought INA, Advanced Integrated Data Analysis. We brought Netra, Next Gen Evaluation Tool for reporting and analysis. We brought Strategy, we brought Strategy Audit. Any single thing which we identified, we wanted to become product. So what we are doing is, we are transitioning from a service-based to productization. ताकि मेरे सामने खड़े हों भले 40 कंसल्टिंग कंपनीज, प्रोडक्टाइजेशन नहीं कर पाएंगे कि वो मेरा ट्रेडमार्क, वो मेरा IP है. कहाँ से हम पिक कर रहे हैं? We are picking up this from great organizations of consulting who has been existing from last 100-150 years, but India sadly has not been able to unlock those things. India is still depending on those power force, which we don't want to become. Industries. हमने 70 इंडस्ट्री आइडेंटिफाई की, 70 इंडस्ट्रीज भी आइडेंटिफाइड that we do not want to make sure that we are only working in one industry. You name the industry and I would have a client over there. Very clearly, the intent is what? एक इंडस्ट्री में तो कुछ चेंज होता है, किसी साहब ने यूएस के अंदर बोल दिया कि 50% टैरिफ होगा तो उस इंडस्ट्री की तो लग गई बॉस, उस इंडस्ट्री की लगी, मेरी लगी. I don't want to become dependent. I want to be very clear. एक इंडस्ट्री डाउन होगी, दूसरी इंडस्ट्री में फोकस करेंगे, दूसरी डाउन होगी, तीसरी पे फोकस करेंगे. Here there are 70 industries right now in this specific slide. IT भी है, FMCG भी है, electronics भी है, semiconductor भी है, real estate भी है, mining भी है, coal भी है. You name the industry, I would have a client over there. Why? Because we don't want to become industry specific. We want to become domain specific. Because domains are forever. Industry will keep changing. Communities. एक entrepreneur या एक individual की एक responsibility आप लोग हमेशा याद रखना. जिस समाज से ले रहे हो ना, उस समाज को दुगना देना. That is your accountability, irrespective of your age, irrespective of your financials, irrespective of any single thing. आज हम 250 करोड़ के आसपास का एक हॉस्पिटल बना रहे हैं सूरत के आसपास. आई सर्जन हॉस्पिटल है. विद वन क्लियर कट एम कि अगर भारत में अगर किसी की भी अगर आंखें जाती हैं बिकॉज ऑफ नॉट गिवन मेडिकल अटेंशन, इट्स आवर फॉल्ट. It's our fault. We are building a hospital. We are building communities. We are building schools. All of it. क्यों हम कर रहे हैं? Because we want to make sure that अगर समाज ग्रो करेगा तो हम भी ग्रो करेंगे. You guys are in college. Do not think कि मैं तब जब बन जाऊंगा तब कुछ करूंगा. करोगे तो बनोगे. बनने के बाद नहीं करोगे. If you're in Bhubaneswar right now, identify there is an NGO nearby. Go there. Teach dance, teach music, teach skills. Don't wait for right time. There is no right time. Every time is a right time. So what we did, we made sure that our people at the bottom level are also included in CSR activities, not just the founders. हम तो दिखते ही नहीं हैं. It is our people who has given a mandate. So people have CSR as a money. We have got CSR Rs, corporate social responsibility Rs. हर एक के KPI के अंदर कुछ नंबर ऑफ आवर्स दिए जाते हैं कि बॉस तुम्हें साल भर में कम से कम ये 100 घंटे तुमको CSR देने पड़ेंगे. नहीं दोगे तो भूल जाओ. आपको एग्जीक्यूटिव से मैनेजर बनना है, विपश्यना करना ही पड़ेगा. 10 दिन आपको जाके विपश्यना करना पड़ेगा. नहीं करोगे मैनेजर नहीं बनोगे. Why we are doing that? Because we want to have that culture of empathy and compassion in the organization. Again, same thing which you can do. Lead sources is the last thing. हर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन किल होती है क्यों? क्योंकि उसकी डिपेंडेंसी पूरी की पूरी एक स्पेसिफिक लीड्स पे होती है, स्पेसिफिकली टू सर्विस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस. We made sure that Mukul Goyal will not become the lead source. His network will not become the lead source. So we identified 10 different lead sources through which we could identify leads. Our salespeople will go, they will pitch, they will convert. In majority of the consulting companies, you still have the partners who goes outside and who gets the business. We will not become that. We will become autonomous body who will have salespeople who will go outside in the market, who will not be dependent on a specific lead. That's what the statistics is all about, and why I'm telling you again and again about this is because I aspire that you guys should become entrepreneurs in coming days. Maybe not immediately, maybe after a couple of years. But when you do, remember this 7 to 8 principles of your business, which becomes a long-lasting business. What he said is very, very, very right. Build to last, build to last. Good to great, build to last. Good to great, build to last. Two great books. हमने उसका सार निचोड़ के अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में डाल दिया है. सार निचोड़ दिया हमने. This helped us to become part of India's first management consulting company to be chosen by Stanford Seed. So we're a Stanford Seed selected company, where Stanford has consulted us. We've got ATIAC, which is tax exemption for next 3 years by Ministry of Corporate Affairs. There's no income tax on this company. हम बहुत छोटी कंपनी है तरह अपने आप को. We still call ourselves as a startup, but we aspire to grow and to kill the mundane consulting, which is advisory, and we want to become the execution first company. As we grew further, the only one thing which I understood very, very clearly is partnership is the key. हमने 8 साल में 6 कंपनी खड़ी करी. Stratifix is the primary company we started with. Then we started Accept, which is a marketing company. YX is elevator company. Tapi Capital investment company. Sarvali IT company. NSIP environmental consulting company. Why are we doing this? Because partnership is the key. Every company I'm not running directly. Every company I identify a partner, I make them accountable, I give them high equity, and I let them work. And I say, you are the owner of this organization, not me. I will not drive this car, and I do not want to drive this car. If you understand the point of finances, that you become a freelancer, you start doing a job as an employee, then you become freelancer, then you become business house, then you become an investor. That's the 4 stages of someone. How soon you do this is your point. And there's no chronological order. You just can become anything and anyone and everyone. You just have to be at the right place at the right time doing the right thing. And how do you identify this is the right place of doing the right thing? By just doing it. By just doing it. And that's what I always say. Knowledge is commodity. Execution is king. Faster execution is mode. Faster execution is mode. आइडियाज आपके में हजारों होंगे. आपको क्या लगता है सचिन बंसल, विनी बंसल फॉर द फर्स्ट वन टू थिंक अबाउट फ्लिपकार्ट? अरे 100 लोगों ने सोचा होगा उनके पहले कि बॉस फ्लिपकार्ट जैसी कंपनी बनाएंगे हम. और उसमें से सिर्फ सचिन बंसल, विनी बंसल ही थे जिन्होंने सोचा कि फ्लिपकार्ट को एग्जीक्यूट करेंगे. थॉट डज नॉट मैटर. दिन में 100 विचार आपको आते होंगे. एग्जीक्यूशन इज द की. एग्जीक्यूशन करो. एग्जीक्यूशन गिरोगे बहुत अच्छी बात है. मैं अभी आपके फादर सर को बोल रहा था कि इंसान ठोकर खा के ही ठाकुर बनता है. पैदाइश ठाकुर नहीं बनते आप. Unless and until you don't fall, you don't rise. आपको ठाकुर बनना है, ठोकर खाओ पहले. ठोकर खाने के लिए एग्जीक्यूशन करना पड़ेगा. जाओ गलियों में, करो काम, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. What is India expecting from you? ये तो हो गई सारी स्टोरी. हमने क्या किया. आपसे भारत क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा है? The young leaders, which is written over here, empowering young leaders in India's economic rise. Ask questions. Don't hesitate in asking questions. Ask the fundamentals. What was created 30 years before is outdated. Don't live by that outdated. Do not hesitate saying ये तो ऐसा ही होता आया है तो ऐसा ही होगा. नहीं होगा बॉस, नहीं होगा. Things will change. क्या हमारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के अंदर हर 2-3 साल में एचआर पॉलिसी चेंज होती है? चेंज होती है, बिकॉज ह्यूमन इज एन इवॉल्विंग माइंड. We keep evolving, we keep thinking new. So why do you want to work in the same mundane? No. Identify the new ways. So ask questions, ask fundamental questions. Don't accept the way it is given to you. But second, don't go behind fancy designations. Don't go behind fancy designations. Designations are the lure to get you on board. Don't go behind fancy designations. Understand in depth. कितने लोग यहाँ पे प्लेसमेंट में बैठना चाहते हैं? वेरी गुड. आपको एक क्वेश्चन आपका प्लेसमेंट के अंदर रिक्रूटर पूछेगा, हाउ डू यू सी योरसेल्फ इन नेक्स्ट 5 years? पूछेंगे ना? Ask them a question after giving the answer. Otherwise, it will come. Do answer your question. How do you see yourself in next 5 years? And then ask the question, sir, I'm ready to give my 5 years to this organization. Do you have a growth plan for me? I am ready to give my precious 5 years to your organization. Do you have your growth plan for me? Ask this question. क्यों? You get the clarity that organization आपको कहाँ देख रही है. ये करियर आपका है, आपको चूज करना है. एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन तो आएगी, आपको फैंसी डेजिग्नेशन भी देगी, अच्छा रोडमैप भी दिखाएगी. But ask them questions and trust me, it is not being rude. It is being asking assertive questions for your own career and for their goodness. You don't want to waste their time by just working for a year and then leaving. You want to stay and you want to develop, and hence you want to make sure. First, ask right questions, ask fundamental questions. Second, please make sure that you don't accept the things as it is. Third, become India's greatest influencer. भारत जैसा भी है, अपना है, हमारा है. कोई बाहर का आदमी आके नहीं बोल सकता है कि बॉस तुम्हारी कंट्री में है तकलीफ भाई. ये मेरा दोस्त मेरा है, जैसा भी है ना, टेढ़ा है पर मेरा है. तेरे को तकलीफ है तुरंत तेरे पास में, मैं ठीक करूंगा इस दोस्त को. इट इज माय रिस्पांसिबिलिटी, इट इज नॉट एनीवन्स रिस्पांसिबिलिटी नाउ. So become India's greatest influencer. Use the social media. What PM is doing is an amazing thing. You travel outside countries. I have traveled outside countries. I still travel. The kind of treatment which you get in the countries now is way different than what you used to get 15 years from now. I'm one of the top elected person who has gone and done meeting in United Nations in 2017. Invited by the government of Switzerland. But I've seen that time what kind of treatment they were giving, and it was just a year before I was again in UN, and I've seen the treatment they're giving now. Earlier they used to be like, India, what? India, what? Now they're like, India, what? Difference है ये. This is called branding, not fake branding, real branding. हमें कंपनी के लिए कंसल्ट कर रहे थे, ग्रोइट करके ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, एग्रीकल्चर कंपनी है, मर्ज फिल्म बनाती है. हम जब कर रहे थे तो हम सोच रहे थे कि हम लीड जनरेट कैसे करेंगे, क्या फार्मर्स के पास फोन होंगे, क्या फोन होंगे तो क्या वो लोग लीड जनरेशन के अंदर डिजिटल एड्स रन कर पाएंगे. बट वी वर सो स्टूपिड. वी थॉट दैट वी आर ओनली थर्ड जनरेशन. वी फॉरगॉट दैट बॉस वहां पे भी तो थर्ड जनरेशन आ गई है. Farmers are tech savvy. Farmers are technically so clear now. India has gone from a place where you are cost specific to quality specific. So do not think that India में से कोई चीज चलती जो cost specific है, नहीं है. भारत के आप एकदम कोने के अगर आप शहर में जाओगे, गांव में जाओगे, कस्बे में जाओगे, you'll be able to identify that there are quality taking, quality seeking people. So do not miss that. That's how current India's growth story is. I'll end my story with one very interesting point. So this is a sailing boat. In the year 1988, there's a guy called Lawrence Lennox. Lawrence Lennox is an Olympic athlete. In the year 1988, he was competing in the sailing competition in Seoul. He started, the ocean shifted its speed from 15 knots to 35 knots. 15 knots to 35 knots. People could not ride it, people could not sail it. He was a pro. He was extremely sailing in a great direction, great direction. Gold पक्का था इस बंदे के लिए. Gold पक्का था. Suddenly he saw that there are two people in some other competition, Joseph and Sion, who practically fell from that boat, and they were about to die. They were not able to sail. Lawrence had two options. He could go and he could win his Olympic medal, or he could go and he could save these two young lives. He chose the later part. He went there. He took care of them. He made sure that the medics came, they were survived, and then he went back. So while he was second in the race, he lasted the race with 21st number. But after everyone was given the medal, he was given the trophy of Père de Bautin, which is called the sportsmanship. People will forget about who was first, who was second, who was third in Olympics, because every year or every few years there's Olympics, right? People will not forget Lawrence. And when people went to Lawrence and they said that, would you do the same thing, Redmond? He said, yes, I would do the same thing. And he said, ironically, how many of you remember the people who were first, second, third in Olympics? People said, no. How many of you remember who got Père de Bautin? He said, yes. And the question which I would want to ask for you guys is very simple. What do you want to be remembered for? Trust me, and I'm saying with this humble understanding, all of us in this room are privileged. Our parents chose the great city, the great area to stay, the great school to study, the great college. None of us had any choices what our parents made for us, and hence we are here today, which means there is a privilege attached to you. The faculties who are teaching you have left their aspiring dreams so that they could make the students aspire their dreams. The question lies on you. What do you want to be remembered for us? मेरे पिताजी हमेशा मुझे कहते हैं कि तुम इतना पैसा खर्चा करते हो, ये कोर्स करना है, वो कोर्स करना है, तुम्हें शर्म नहीं आती, तुम पैसा ही बचाते? मैं बोलता हूँ पापा, it's a privilege that God has given me mind and capital. भगवान ने पैसा भी दिया है कमाने के लिए और दिमाग भी दिया है उसको यूज करने के लिए. अगर मैं नहीं यूज करूंगा तो sin हो गया. It's a sin to not use the privileges which God has given, because God does not give the privilege to every single person. So if you've got it, the only question which I want to ask you is, what do you want to be remembered for? Will you be creating a lasting legacy? You may not know your name of fathers or grandfathers or great-great-great-grandfathers, but do you know Maharana Pratap? Yes. Do you know Shivaji? Yes. Do you know Mahatma Gandhi? Yes. Because they created legacy. They created legacy. कल किसी से बात कर रहा था, आई डोंट नो, आई थिंक मे बी आई वाज इन भुवनेश्वर, कहीं कुछ मूर्ति की बात है, मैंने बोला कि मेरी मूर्ति बनेगी देखना शहर के अंदर, मैं तेरी लेगेसी छोड़ के जाऊंगा ना कि मेरी मूर्ति बनेगी शहर में. प्राउड नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, ईगो नहीं है ये, लेकिन वो समाज को काम करके दूंगा, that I will be remembered for it, because I want that legacy to be created, and each one of us has that responsibility to create that legacy that not just you but your entire community gets benefited, and that's the lasting. That's the gooder good. That's the lasting gooder good which you have. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mukul. It was a wonderful sharing of experience, and I believe there are students who taken a lot. So now the time for question and answer session. So Students, please raise your hands. And before asking the questions, please introduce yourself. And if you have a specific question for a specific speaker, either Sadi or Mukul, then mention it. Or if you have a general question for both, then fine. So that you have to specify. Yes. Somebody circulate the mic here.
चल क्यों नहीं रहा है
Good morning, sir. My name is Vedant Jaiswal, pursuing MBA and second year. Sir, my question will be from Mukul, sir. Sir, as you are into consultancy, you have consultancy background, and I'm also interested in consultancy. So, placement seasons are ongoing. So, you have hired quite a lot for your firm also. So, what are the qualities and skills you look in the consultancy thing in your firm?
Thank you for asking question. मेरी पर्सनल इंटेंशन ये रहती है कि KSA नॉलेज स्किल एटीट्यूड में मैं हमेशा एटीट्यूड को टॉप करता हूँ, नॉलेज को लीस्ट करता हूँ. नॉलेज आप एक्वायर कर सकते हो, स्किल डेवलप कर सकते हो, एटीट्यूड चेंज नहीं कर सकते हो. So I really don't see the person with qualifications. It's most important. But जब मैं खुद इतना qualified नहीं हूँ तो मैं क्या दूसरे को मापूंगा, मुझे ऐसा लगता है हमेशा. मैं एटीट्यूड देखता हूँ. So for me it is the first person is attitude. अगर आप सारे काम करने को रेडी हो, इंक्लूडिंग कि ऑफिस बॉय नहीं आया और क्लाइंट बैठा है, हम जाके पानी भी लेके आते हैं, मैं पिलाता हूँ, मैं लेके आता हूँ. That's the kind of attitude which I have. Then I think I would want to be good. I would want those people to be in the organization.
इनको पहले बोलना
Thank you.
चाहिए. इनको पहले बोलना चाहिए.
Good morning,
पहले
sir.
थोड़ी बोला है
My name is Shobhit from
Sir,
second
क्यों
year.
हो रहा है?
Sir, my question is to for Mukul sir. So as we know that most of the startups, like after like most of the startups, like out of 10% only succeed out of 90%, the mostly fail after their tax period. So how can we say that if a business is completely dependent on one industry, how can we diversify it without losing its originality?
Do I understand your question that how do the business still sustain by looking into multiple industries without losing its objectivity? Yeah. I'm a strong believer that as an organization, we don't change our mode, we don't change our culture. Rest everything is variable. So there's a very interesting book in which Jeff Bezos says that 25 years before also, 25 years from now also, one thing which will be very clear for our customer is faster delivery. The rest everything can change in demands. What will not change is faster delivery. तो ये हम हमेशा समझते हैं एज एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कि हमारा कर्तव्य क्या है, हम जानते हैं एग्जीक्यूशन. अब हमें आप गौशाला दे दो या एक हॉस्पिटल दे दो या स्कूल दे दो, हम एग्जीक्यूट करना चाहते हैं. सो आवर मोड व्हिच वी हैव पिक्ड अप इज एग्जीक्यूशन बिकॉज़ वी वांट एंड वी नो आवर कस्टमर्स बिफोर आल्सो एंड टुमारो आल्सो दे विल आस्क वेरी सिंपल थिंग, क्या ये काम एग्जीक्यूट हुआ क्या. तो हमने अपना मोड पकड़ के रखा है, बाकी चीजें कोई बात नहीं, वेरिएबल है.
Good morning, sir. I'm Abhivyakti from the batch of 2025-27. Thank you for an engaging session. My question is to Sadi Reddy, sir. Sir, do you think young leaders can drive change in society while working in corporate world?
Yeah, I think the question is why not? You know, we have sold our time for the money that we get in terms of salary. That's the only difference, right? He has made compulsory for his employee to make some volunteering in the community, so they are also doing it. And in fact, there are many people even in Tech Mahindra who are not part of the CSR wing, but still they are contributing a lot to the society. I believe my father was a government servant, but he contributed more to the society than what I could do in my lifetime. So it's, how about after office hours, sharing your time and expertise with young people, maybe coming back to exam university, exam help your juniors 5 years down the line to build their career. It's all part of social responsibility. It all depends on what kind of things you are doing and what do you take your pride in, right? So it's all about that. So I mean, best of the best social workers who are not, I mean, people who have contributed more to the society are not from the social field. So I believe that. So yes, you can very well do. You join any of the banks or corporate services or consulting companies, which has nothing to do with social sector, but still you can make an impact. Yeah. First thing is to treat your house help and your drivers well.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Ayush Mishra from RM 25 batch. My question is actually to Sat, sir. Like sometimes the future leaders conflict between two P words, profit and purpose are into play. So how as leaders we should decide upon that?
Again, both can go together. Right? As I said, it's always the innovation is between the dichotomy. So you will have to find out your own chocolate ice cream. So dual purpose organizations still exist, but this debate has become more prominent now only because we have seen the organizations that start with a dual purpose and try to portray themselves as a social business only because their product is meant either for people who are not privileged, people who don't have financial bandwidth to buy. They portray themselves as a social project and then try to earn profit also. That's where things go wrong. But I believe both can go together. You can earn profit also and you can do good social service also. I know of many products, especially assistive technology. Assistive technology is basically using technology to help to assist persons with disability. Right? If you are creating a hearing aid which has Bluetooth can have better sensors, then you're serving the society, and this company is making very good profit. They make these fancy earphones which uses bone density. Even if you are speech and hearing impaired, you will still have some bone density through one, so you can hear what people are doing. So very reasonable pricing. So I mean there are many ways to do it. As I said, just find out your chocolate ice cream. That is more important.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Supriya from batch 24-26. Sir, my question to both of you, sir. How work in an unfavorable environment to achieve a favorable result? Because, sir, I believe the opportunity comes with problems. Sir.
You are a bigger hustler.
आपका नाम बताएंगे?
Sir, Supriya.
Supriya. Very beautifully. Adversity brings excellence. आपके जिंदगी में अनगिनत तकलीफें आपको पर्सनल प्रोफेशनल लाइफ में आती रहेंगी. If you only ask yourself, then what is the silver line from this problem? Then you will stop looking at problem and you will start looking at opportunity. Biggest of the biggest businesses or anything which you want to achieve is always about looking at the silver line, what is available to you. So I always believe adversity brings excellence.
I mean, as I said, you have to stick to your core even in the adverse times. This core will lead you to the path which is saying silver line. For example, I'll give you a very small example during COVID. I'm sure all of you would be in schools then, right? Schools or college, they have already completed their graduation. Maybe school or college is wherever you were. So everything moved online, right? And we were running teacher training institutes. Now, how do you train teachers to train their students online, especially government school teachers? So most of the organizations we know of, CSR organizations, they started distributing food, distributing blankets, whatever they could for COVID relief to people who are in the hospitals. They are doing some aid material. But we did that, but we also stick to our core. Teaching learning is something that we know the best. Employability programs were doing best. At the same time, migrants were moving from bigger cities to their hometowns. They were jobless, they were not getting jobs. At the same time, hospitals were struggling for manpower. They were looking for hygiene assistants, they were looking for people who can take care of patients. So with our strength of teaching and learning organization, we quickly created a module and trained these migrants on, how they can be part of hospitals rather than a mall, how they can serve hospitals. So we quickly converted in 15 days training. We made them as hospital hygiene assistants. So I would say that stick to the core. Any organization, any problem that you face, if you know your core and your fundamentals are sorted, then any adversity will give you a different opportunity which you would have never thought of. For me, I would again say, like he said, it is actually a silver lining. The challenges only will give you opportunities to grow. Otherwise, it is all about being part of that loop, right? Coming every day 9 to 5 to the office. Unless you get something remarkable which puts you off track, then I have seen many examples where people were asked to leave the organizations and they have built some great startups and they were fired. So adversities brings opportunities. So I think as Pankaj, I was watching this podcast of Pankaj Tripathi, the famous actor. He was also a core believer that God is planning something great for you. So these are temporary failures even if you say adversities. इनके देखो इनके अच्छा हुआ नहीं फेल हो गए बैक आई इनकी खूब सारी मेरी नहीं आई तो मैं नौकरी कर रहा हूँ ही built his startup because he got back.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Omkar from the first year MBA batch of 21, 22, 25, 27. So thank you for your insightful words. And my question is to Sajid Ali, sir. Sir, one of the things about working in the social sector is that when you try to bring about a foundational change or a structural change in some area, the expectation and realities is one of the things which we have to focus on. Like few days ago we had an alumni of our school from Tata Trust, in which we said that we are expecting one thing about, for example, let's say about improving the practice of farming in some livelihood area. Resistance is one of the keys that is one of the keys that is deciding factor in social sector. So the impact that we see or the change that you have to see, it might take several times, which more than something which we had expected, and there are some other factors that can also come into play. So, what are your views on that, and how should future rural managers should equip or adapt to that structure?
See, we are in this sector because there is a problem, right? And our problem in this sector are more complex than an industrial problem or than what IT sector would be facing. Right? So our problems, please sit down. So we have much more complex problems and deep-rooted problems, which have probably existed till the time human civilization has been happening. Maybe 100 years old, 1,000 years old problem that we are tackling with. I agree with it is alumni or employee whosoever came here. These are deep-rooted problems. These take times. But as a social worker, how do you keep yourself motivated? You have chosen this path, right? And things will not change on day one. How do you keep motivated yourself? So I tell you, when we started our teacher training institute in Delhi, and if people are here from Delhi, Delhi people are rude, right? Don't kill me for this. I'm not from Delhi, but I'm closer to Delhi. Delhi people are rude, and imagine teachers who are not getting salary for 6 months, right? And you go there like a boss. Okay, I will train you for 5 days, and you will do better in your classrooms. They tell me, you go back. We don't want to go to classroom in first place. We're not getting our salaries. We have a family to feed. What are you telling me? You're just 23-year-old, 25-year-old. What are you going to teach me? I've been teaching for 30 years, right? So that is the first. You are hitting the wall. यार इनको मैं कैसे सुधारूंगा? ये तो नहीं सुनने वाले हैं किसी की, right? But how do you find out that one moment of enlightenment where you understand कि यार इनकी problem नहीं है? So you have to lend your ears and your shoulder to them to vent out. That is the first stage, I would say, where you could believe that you are in the right direction. हमको सर when we started the teacher institute, they told us पूंजीपति go back, आनंद महिंद्रा हाय है. आनंद महिंद्रा को किसी ने हाय नहीं बोला, आज तक वहाँ पे बोला. And we were surprised किया मेरा नौकरी पहले दिन में ही चला जाएगा टेक महिंद्रा में. What are they talking about? Hi महिंद्रा को भी वो. तो but we heard them. Principals का ट्रेनिंग हमने किया. Principals को हम ट्रेनिंग दे रहे सर मार्च में. और मार्च में होता है इनकम टैक्स पेमेंट सबका. But by now you know you will have to pay income tax also next year. इनका जॉब लगेगा. So income tax मार्च में पे करना, हम उनको बोल रहे हैं बच्चों को सिखाना कैसे. तो all of them were busy and I asked one टीचर की सर आप लोग ट्रेनिंग में सुन क्यों ले रहे? अरे सर छोड़ो आप, हमको कल इनकम टैक्स का लास्ट डेट है, आप यहाँ आपको ट्रेनिंग खिलवा रहे हो. तो आई कॉल्ड अ बैचमेट ऑफ माइन हु वाज वर्किंग विद सेबी टू टेक अ सेशन ऑन हाउ टू सेव टैक्सेस. through legal means, not illegal means. So we did this training program. We forgot about the training program and trained government school principals on portfolio building, how to save taxes. And I got a call from commissioner कि भाई तू क्या कर रहा है ये? What are you doing? This institution is meant for teacher training process and principals को हमको training करना तो income tax सिखा रहे हैं उनको. I just said trust me. Next day they came on time and they heard whatever we were saying. So it is all about building rapport with the community, thinking what they need, finding your own sandwich and sticking to the core. तो डिमोटिवेशन तो बहुत मिलेगा बॉस, है ना? घर से भी मिलेगा, आपकी वाइफ बोलेगी हुआ यू क्या तुम कौन सा सेक्टर चूज कर ली और फ्रेंड्स आर इन कैडबरीज एंड कोका-कोला अर्निंग 3 times of what you are, but you have to stay grounded and believe yourself कि आप अच्छा कर रहे हो, right? इमोशनल क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हैं तो लंबा हो जा रहा है आंसर.
So very good afternoon, sir. So my question is to Mukul sir. So I am Chitrangada from second year batch. My question is to Mukul sir. Sir, as we know that our Indian economy is largely service based, and we lack on manufacturing and product and innovation. So how responsible our education system is for it, and sir, how could we mold it or transform it to make it more growth and innovation oriented?
So Chitranda, मेरा ऐसा observation है कि it is not the education system who is to fault, it is the culture of the entire nation where we need to change. I've traveled to China also, I've traveled to other countries also, who are manufacturing-led nations, with the same kind of population, same kind of things. Still, if there are other countries who are doing well, it's not because of the leveraging which they have obtained, but it is because of the culture. हम एज एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, जब मैं इंडिया को बोलूँगा तो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बोलूँगा, हम एज एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन अगर इफ वी स्टार्ट वर्किंग ऑन अ कल्चर स्पेसिफिकली वेयर, बिकॉज आई स्ट्रांगली बिलीव दैट कल्चर ईट्स स्ट्रैटेजी फॉर ब्रेकफास्ट. आप कितना भी स्ट्रैटेजी बना लो पर कल्चर सही नहीं है तो इट विल ईट स्ट्रैटेजी फॉर ब्रेकफास्ट. सो बी इट एनी इंस्टीट्यूशन, एनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, बी इट होम, it's the culture which we set up first. So if you start setting up culture wherever you are and whatever in your control, मतलब आज मैं रास्ते का ट्रैफिक में ठीक नहीं कर पाऊंगा, that's not in my control, बट मैं मेरा खुद का सेविंग सीख कर सकता हूँ. अगर मैंने खुद का करूंगा तो मेरी पेड फॉरवर्ड होएगा. So in organization also, if you are working anywhere, you may not be able to change the entire strategy of the organization based on what position you are at. But if you change the nearby surrounding at which you are, similar function, हम एज अ नेशन, मैं ये बोलता हूँ कि हम सर्विस लेड इंडस्ट्री नहीं है, हम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग लेड नेशन ही है. सर्विस इज अ वेरी स्मॉल पोर्शन ऑफ द एंटायर जीडीपी व्हिच इज गिवन, इट इज मेजॉरिटी द मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, but on the manufacturing level also, at the bottommost level, it is the culture which is the driving force. And I believe, just example, Tech Mahindra Foundation, Sajid and all are working very hard on the upskilling part also, assuming that as one of the core. I think this is where the things will start. Lastly, saying also being very upfront about it कि अगर मेरे शहर में अगर कोई बच्चा पढ़ाई करने के लिए दूसरे शहर में जाता है, तो I should not be proud or I should be sad that मैंने मेरे शहर के अंदर वो फैसिलिटी खड़ी नहीं करी है जिसकी वजह से बच्चे को बाहर जाना पड़ रहा है. Which means what? It is our country whom we have to work. We can't be sad in terms of that we are having a brain drain of people going outside the country and going elsewhere. Right? It is our responsibility to build the culture, build the opportunities, train the people, upskill the people, and help them. This is where I think from.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Yash Raj from Batch 2527. So my question is, when I entered this college, I was very much interested in the field of marketing. Like marketing sector was my interest, but now eventually I'm developing interest in the development sector as well. But sir, recently, we were discussing with one of our professors, in my batch or in our generation, less of people are getting interested in development sector. So what do you think? What are the reasons, and how can development sector attract more of my generation or my generation people for its growth?
See, I would tend to disagree with that because more people are attracted to the sector now. If you look at history, we graduated in 2009, and by the time it was 2012, CSR law came in. जब हम लोग graduate होते थे, salaries were horrible. Joining the sector was almost either you can give your home loan or you can lead a good life. Most of us were asking money from our parents. That kind of packages we were getting. But as CSR law came in, more money were pumped into the sector, and more youngsters like yourself got interested in the sector. And trust me, today, what kind of salaries we are paying? Maybe less than the corporate sector, but it's still it is better as compared to what it was 15 years back. So in a way, we are seeing good influx of talents and people from IAMSA Joint Development Organization. Most of the better organization, even the country director of Michael and Suicide Development is from Ahmedabad. So people are living good peace, good enjoying the sector. I think the only hunch is about the awareness and getting the first entry point. If you get your first job right, then probably you can build your career in development sector. But the early you realize it is important because right from my day when I'm into the sector and I never wanted to be a part of a company which is selling milk or something else. So it is all about individual choices, and I don't think there are roadblocks. Even if you 10 years down the line working in corporate like you want, and this is the sector which is very liberal. We are not very finicky कि marketing का experience नहीं है तो हम नहीं लेंगे. We are very large hearted. Even after 10 years of working in finance, you want to say that I want to be a part of program team, we'll be happily taking you. Right? So that is the kind of sector this is. So most welcome even after 50 years.
Thank you, both speakers, and it was wonderful discussion. I mean, they discussed things starting from quality, scale, core values, and also they pointed out a few things on rubrics of good leadership and how to achieve in a wonderful manner. You make errors, you make faults, and then you again stand. So, there are two things the overall discussion I can conclude. There was one is that you have the characteristics of standing organizations from long, clock building and the core ideas, try a lot, those kind of things. But at the same time, we have from generation to generation, we have different challenges. So one generation spoke about survival, another generation talked about scale, now diversity. So we have to look at what works for us and maybe what else. There is no direct formula. Leadership is a process, and you have to live that experience. One question that was asked regarding the young leaders. So I look at the analogy of the amateur versus professional. Remember that the professionals, I mean, are they good or the amateurs are good? And you can compare to a young leader versus a very composed or very senior leader. See, the Titanic was built by professionals, but the Ark was built by Noah. So from this, with this, I conclude this session. Thank you both the speakers, and you spent a lot of time and only preparing for this session. Thank you. So with this session concludes.
So just to add, thanks to Pradhan, Sarthak, Bhavya, Charviti, Jalan, Kshitij. Today in the morning, you were so kind enough. Amrita later उनका तो साथ में सब ठीक जाओगे मैं पेपर का नहीं बना तुम लोग ये बोले. You have a very cool team. Trust me on that. You have a very very cool team, right? Unlike a lot of us, we do not get that. So thanks for such warm hospitality. हम इतने बूढ़े नहीं हैं, लेकिन आप लोगों ने बकायदा हम जवान भी नहीं हैं, right? But आप लोगों ने सर्विस बहुत करी हमारे लिए since yesterday till today. You've been with us, so thanks a lot for all the service. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Let us express our heartfelt appreciation to sir for his guidance in making this conclave truly enriching.
We now invite Professor Shashikant Kuntia to come upon the dais and kindly present a memento and copy of article.
We also request Shashikant Kutia sir to present the memento along with a copy of Abhivyakti to our esteemed speaker, Mr. Mukul Goyal, as a gesture of our I appreciate it. And we are practicing the memento and a copy of Abhivyakti.
We now invite Professor P. Kumar to come up on the dais and kindly present Professor Pradeep. May I now invite our dignitaries to kindly join us on the dais for a group photograph.
May we request the RMAX team to come up on the stage as well. Now may we request the RMAX core team to please come up on the stage. Come for a group photograph. As we bring session 1 to a close, we extend our deepest gratitude to our speakers for their invaluable insights and to our dignitaries, faculty, and participants for being such an engaged audience. This session has set a powerful tone for Abhivyakti 2025. We now break for lunch and request you to rejoin at 2 p.m. for second session, where fresh perspectives and heart-provoking discussions await. Let's carry this energy forward into the next part of our journey together. We kindly request the senior batch and the junior batch to please stay back.
Good afternoon, everyone. You're never too young to lead, and you should not doubt your capacity to triumph where others have not.
With this inspiring thought from Kofi Annan, former Secretary General of United Nations and the winner of the Nobel Peace Prize, who strongly believed in the importance of young leaders and their role in shaping the future, I, Devjyoti Sinha,
And I, Vidisha Pari.
are excited to welcome you all to what promises to be an engaging and transformative session.
In this session, we are privileged to have three distinguished speakers with us. Mr. Bharai, Chief People Officer at Renew by Mr. Bhaskar Ghoshal, Senior Vice President at SMC Finance, and finally, Mr. Satish and Thakkar, Vice President at GoDays.
In today's world, where rural markets continue to evolve and play a vital role in India's growth, it becomes important to hear from leaders who bring diverse experiences and practical wisdom. Their journeys, marked by challenges, learnings, and innovations, give us valuable perspectives on how meaningful change can be created in different sectors.
With this thought, we are pleased to introduce our first speaker of the session, Mr. Bharai. Ma'am is the Chief People Officer at Renew by, a leading online insurance platform where she drives innovative HR strategies aligned with the company's vision, mission, and values. With over 15 years of experience in human capital management, she specializes in performance management, employee relation, diversity and inclusion, and organizational development. She is also the founder of People Matrix, an HR consulting firm that help organizations leverage their people asset for sustainable success. With an MBA in HR and Finance from Himachal Pradesh University, she is a certified Rogan practitioner, target selection trainer, and a lifelong learner who has partnered with clients across industries and geographies.
Ma'am, we are honored to have you with us today. It is now time to introduce our second speaker for this session, Mr. Bhaskar Ghoshal. Sir is a distinguished HR leader and alumnus of University of Lucknow and IIM Ahmedabad, who brings over 28 years of experience across diverse industry verticals. Currently serving as Senior Vice President, Human Resources, Administration and Business Intelligence Unit at SMC Finance. He previously held the position of Vice President at Finri Finance and Emphasis Consulting Private Limited. He has also held roles across leading organizations including Roha, Metro Stools Limited, Hypercity Retail India Limited, Team Lease Services Limited, and ST Media Limited. With deep expertise in technology, entertainment, retail, manufacturing, and NBFC sectors, he is a strategic, people-first HR leader who has been instrumental in shaping high-performance cultures and driving enterprise-wide transformation. Mr. Ghoshal's proven expertise in aligning people strategy with business growth has made him a trusted advisor to CEOs and boards on talent, change, and governance. Sir, we are honored to have you with us.
Now, we are pleased to introduce our final speaker for the session, Mr. Satish and Thakkar, a distinguished business leader and alumnus of Osmania University and IIM Ahmedabad, who brings over 3 decades of exceptional experience across diverse industry verticals. Currently serving as Senior Vice President at GoDays, he has served as the Vice President Commercial at Lord's Wholesale Solutions, Director FMCG at Elastic Run, and Assistant Vice President at Reliance Retail and Geomart, and also across other leading organizations including Metro Cash and Carry, ITC and Protector, and Gamble. With deep expertise in FMCG, retail, wholesale, and e-commerce sectors, he has been instrumental in driving digital transformation initiatives and spearheading key business strategies that have shaped the modern retail landscape. Mr. Thakkar's passion for mentoring future leaders and his commitment to innovation makes him a valuable thought leader in the industry. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Satish and
Sir, we welcome you. We are honored to have you with us.
now we ask Mehak Doshi from our hospitality team to kindly honor Shilpa ma'am with a sapling.
We request Pranay Gupta from the hospitality team to kindly present Bhaskar sir with a sapling.
We also request Mehak Doshi from the hospitality team to kindly present a sapling to Satish sir.
We would now like to introduce our moderator for this session, Professor Satyendranath Mishra, Assistant Professor at the School of Rural Management, Exide University. Sir is a fellow from IRMA and also holds advanced degrees from IIFM and TERI School of Advanced Studies. Professor Mishra's work covers areas such as public policy, natural resource management, and the interplay of science, society, and institutions. His ability to connect theory with real-world issues gives him a unique perspective that enriches classroom. We request sir to come up on the stage and please take a seat on the dais. We would like to ask Pranay Gupta from the hospitality team to honor sir with a sapling.
Now, I would like to invite Professor Satyendranath Mishra to commence the second session of the day. Please join us in welcoming sir on the stage.
Once again, thank you to the team for the invitation and all the speakers here. Once again, I welcome all of you on behalf of our family. And already, I think the stage has been set from the morning itself. So I will request all the speakers to take about 25 minutes of time. So once we are finished with your talk with the student, we will have a common question answer. So I will request first, ma'am, please join us and then enlighten students with practical experience of how to manage all these emerging, empowering youth leaders for the future of India's economic growth that we are actually planning. Please.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Had lunch? Yes, ma'am. Feeling sleepy? No. You can be honest here. So I'll try not to, make you sleep and snooze, and we'll try to make it more interactive. So would appreciate if I have some questions to participate. The whole idea is that we should be able to share while you would love to listen from me. I'm eager to learn from you too and hear your perspective as well. So first of all, I think apart from the college, I also want to thank Sarthak. He has been one persistent student, pushing me to come and join this, and I'm very excited to talk about this very interesting, topic on empowering young leaders in the India economic rise. So I've tried to make my talk short and sweet, and I'll try to cover in a manner where, of course, I'll talk about how the Indian economy or the Indian growth story has been. I will touch upon what are the various areas in which India is growing and the opportunities for the young leaders. And apart from that, I would also like to talk about what are the important attitudes that are required to be a great leader. And then probably from there you can have some takeaways that will help you probably create your action plan and have steps to take forward. So that's how I intend working with you. Thank you very much. So yes, in the last 78 years we have really moved from just being a very poor nation to now almost a thriving economy. From literally from $64 of our per capita income to now the global fifth largest economy and almost like $4.3 trillion economy. And it talks volumes in terms of what India has achieved in this journey. And lot of it has been possible by consistent efforts, not only by the government, but a lot of youth, a lot of people, a lot of entrepreneurs. And all of them have come together to make India what it is at the moment. Some of the most stark changes that has happened in our country and are unique even globally is the kind of digital transformation revolution that we have seen. Yes, in the initial time we saw the green revolution, the white revolution, but I think the digital transformation revolution that happened in India really put it up at the forefront. And globally, we are recognized as a great power, which has achieved what even the most developed countries have not been able to do that. I think 10 years or 15 years back, India was called as a missed call country because people would not make calls, right? They would just give a missed call and somebody from US or UK would call them back because it used to be so expensive. From there to now, India is the largest consumer of mobile data globally. So that just talks about the dynamics that has changed. Today, even a rickshawala or even a help that comes to our house or anyone at the ready has a mobile phone and is consuming the data. So that's the kind of leaps and bounds in the way the changes have happened, and that has become a reality. We have also seen how financial inclusion has happened because of the UPI. Again, it was never about just solving problems of the elite. It was always about how you are including people, and this is what we have been able to deliver. I think over 10 billion. These are just some figures for you to understand and grasp, and it just talks about the impact. So it's not about few hundreds and thousands and lakhs, and millions and millions and hundreds of millions, tens and hundreds of millions. So, our average age, and 65% of our population is below 35 years of age. That also makes India so uniquely positioned because that means we are young, we are hungry, we are ambitious, we have the energy, we have the ideas. And when a country has 65% of people at such a young age, which is actually more than the population of entire Europe, look at the kind of impact it can create. So that's really again a strength. And when we do something, it's not just for few people, it's millions of people. And it's actually, when you really look at the global map, we reach many countries, ruthlessly in that sense. So yes, this has been some of the cornerstones, and not just these two examples. I will talk more, and because we are students of management, we should know more about the businesses, how we have transformed, and you name a sector, and we have done it and delivered it. Be pharma. So as a pharma as a sector, I think 60% of our vaccines are being manufactured here. We are one of the largest players. You talk about ONDC. How many of you know ONDC? What does it do? What? Anyone? What does it do? Purpose of ONDC? What does it do? I want to hear from the AMP students. Anji.
ONDC stands for Open Network for Digital Commerce.
Yes.
So it creates an equal platform for the very young and small startups for accessing the.
Go ahead. Anyone else wants to take a shot? It's not just for startups, just for the clarification. इतने सारे हाथ खड़े हुए थे अभी सारे लोग बंद हो गए. Take a try. It's not a test. You're not going to be judged. ONDC. Okay, yes, please. Somebody raising their hand there. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Rishti from second year MBA RM batch. So ONDC stands for Open Network for Digital Commerce. So generally if we see in platforms like Zomato or Amazon, when buyers and sellers come together, ONDC creates a platform where there is no kind of restrictions. Every buyers and sellers can come, and different players can come in the market, and the kind of operations or businesses can is executed at a greater amplified scale.
All right. Very, very close. And that's, yeah, you gave an example of Zomato City. It is actually more relevant to the Amazon and the Flipkarts of the world. So what it does is, the small kirana shops that you have, they have made their access much more wider. They are not limited to the geography in which they operate. ONDC gives them a platform through which they can send their products across anywhere, and the logistics and the supply chain of it is being managed by the ONDC network. So that is something that we have created in renewable energy. We are the third largest producers of renewable energy, and everything you see, we do it at a scale. So COVID app happened, and we distributed COVID vaccines. And I had cousins in America, and they were struggling with handwritten purchase literally, and they were not getting the vaccines. So that was the, so to say, not so great state of a country which is supposed to be the most developed one. And the reason I'm talking about all these stories or these examples are, a lot of times we tend to look at the West, a lot of times we want to emulate. But actually, the wave is here in India. So much is happening here. There is no dearth of talent. There is no dearth of opportunities. But the question is, you youngsters, how ready are you? It is said the high tide lifts the boats, but those boats can be lifted only and only when you're inside the sea, right? When you actually experience that. So it's important that from all these examples, I want to now, talk about what are the kind of opportunities that are available for young leaders like you. I hope that some of you do want to become entrepreneurs and do something, and if not want to work, at least think like an entrepreneur. I represent an organization which is an insurtech player, Renew-Buy. And last 8 years of my journey here, I think it can't be more fulfilling because the kind of growth I have seen in my organization, the entrepreneurial spirit, the spirit of fighting, surviving, thriving, and building something and driving something with a purpose. That has always been a driving force. And it's not just for the HR or just the sales, it's acting across, and I take immense pride because everyone in our organization understands the purpose of the organization and working towards it in their own capacity. So there's immense opportunity, even if you're working in an organization. Think about it, what value you can bring and how you can be more useful to the organization. So coming back to the kind of opportunities that are available. So India has been in a very fantastic state, like I've been telling. I think there has been immense boom in terms of innovation and entrepreneurship. We have already seen more than 100 plus unicorns emerging. And the beauty is that lot of these ideas which have thrived have come from very average middle class people, but there has been provoking frustration and provoking problem that they were trying to solve. So if you talk about Ola, Bhavish was stranded on a highway and his driver refused to come. And the frustration of not getting the cab led him to create something like Ola, which is one of the largest mobility services available in the country. Think about Zerodha, Nitin Kamath, Nikhil Kamath. Both average boys started their career as call center people, but they knew about stockbroking. They understood the pain in stockbroking. There is a brokerage charge that you pay, and they just removed that. And today, Zerodha has not acquired any capital. There is no VC funding. No funding has been acquired. It's a bootstrapped, highly profitable company. Uh, Both Nikhil, Nitin and his wife all take 100 crores per annum kind of a salary because that's the kind of money that the business is generating. And what were they solving? They were solving the pain of paying zero brokerage. So, and with the technology, they have been able to build an organization like that. I can give many more examples. So there is another company. Have you heard about Oxyzo by any chance? Anyone? Okay. Oxyzo is a company which was started by husband, wife, and one friend of theirs, solving the problem of supply and demand. And they used to be partners at McKinsey. They were consulting, and they said, "Okay, consulting is all done. Let us get on in the field and really solve for the businesses." And they got into a platform where they were helping solve the problems of supply and the demand by suppliers and the manufacturers. And they spun another business opportunity from this called off business, which was about funding or providing short-term loans to the manufacturers or the suppliers, as the name may be, to fulfill the needs. So again, it's a profitable business that has been spun. So what makes these businesses successful, what makes them click, is that they're focusing on a problem and relentlessly they're working hard in ensuring that they're solving for it. You know, I was talking to someone, I think, when I was just walking in here, and they can be 100 great ideas, but only few ideas become exceptional because they have execution. Until and unless you have the hunger, the strength, the stamina to execute an idea, ideas will remain ideas. They will never see the light of the day. So, coming back to the topic, I think the way, the opportunity, if any one of you are thinking of, is, there is a lot of opportunity in the space of innovation and entrepreneurship, but you have to think about a problem. Think what frustration are you able to solve, and how then you can do it. So that's something you can do, and there are ample support systems that are now available. Uh, the, the pace at which the technology is growing right now, you will be amazed that there is always some enabler available to us. And again, you really don't need to look at the Silicon Valley or the west of for any kind of the kind of transformations that have happened. I think India has immense growth stories to talk about. So, and everywhere, I think it's again the bottom line remains: what are you solving for? If you're able to understand that, you will be able to create value. Be an organization, be your own thing. If you're able to identify that, think through it, work upon it, you'll find immense opportunity out there. And I can't, not emphasize enough on the opportunity that lies now in the rural market. And you guys are part of, rural management course. I think this is something very important to you. The numbers say for themselves, 65% of our population is still, untapped, and 45% of our GDP is being contributed by agriculture. So immense opportunity. And again, there are a lot of startups, there are a lot of organizations that are working, and more are required. So many millions of people who still live in rural areas, and they have access to the technology. Like I said, we are the largest consumer of mobile data. They have the technology reaching there. There's so much that you can do. It's unbelievable. There's a company called Dehat. Have you heard about Dehat? Okay. What does Dehat do? Yes, तो जोर से आता है, फिर explanation थोड़ी देर में आता है. What does Dehat do? Come on, guys. I have to ask questions, otherwise you guys will sleep. What does Dehat do? Okay, yeah, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. So Dehat is an agri-tech company which provides end-to-end services to the farmers. So it also procures products from them, like with farm produce, and then it also market the farmer products with pesticide-free labels.
How does it do that?
It taps into the supply chain, and then it helps the farmers to produce the products organically. But it doesn't promote itself as an organic product, but it promotes itself as a pesticide-free product.
It uses a lot of AI to be able to figure out weather conditions, soil conditions, and then they advise the farmers, and yes, of course, and then the other part of it. All right. So again, the moot point is there's so much to be done in this area. Very little has been done. Very few organizations have come, but there is again immense potential. Lajat Papad, have you heard about Lajat Papad? Started by how many women? 7 women. How many rupees? 80 rupees. Now 1600 crores. That is the power. So India में आप कुछ भी करेंगे, it's only going to magnify. Thanks to our population, it is going to thrive. Sometimes people may think population is bad, but I think for India, population is a great advantage for us. It's not a bane, it's a good. Anything that you do, it will happen in lakhs and millions, and it's amazing out here. So something like Amul started like again a cooperative, and look where it is. It has reached Spain. Are you aware of it? Yeah, Amul has gone to Spain now. So that is the kind of opportunity that also lies in our rural areas. That can be tapped. That needs to be tapped. And again, immense growth opportunity out there. So I spoke about the opportunities for the leaders that are available, and no matter how good you are in your technical skills, I'm a true believer. A mindset is something that really sets you apart. No matter how intelligent you are, but if there is a lack of a particular kind of a mindset, there is a possibility that you may falter. And I have seen and observed a lot of successful entrepreneurs, a lot of successful business leaders, and I personally feel these 4 elements of the attitude are something which makes them apart. Being agility, one of them, resilience, purpose, and collaboration. I think all successful leaders will demonstrate this kind of a mindset, will demonstrate this kind of behavior. And it is your turn to understand and relate to this. What behaviors or what mindset are you reflecting, and what would you like to do? And I'll give you example of each one of them, just to ensure that it remains in your mind. When I think of agility, I think of Zomato's founder, Pinder. And he's one
literally not only a hardworking soul, but he's maniacal in his approach. And he never says done. I mean, he will never say that, I'm tired, oh my God, I can't do. And he'll always reinvent himself like literally in a snap of a finger. And that's what he did when the COVID happened. And he reinvented himself, got into the delivery part of it. Before acquiring Blinkit, it was almost on the verge of closing down. And then Deepinder and his few one down said that we'll not take salaries for 6 months and we'll ensure that we bounce back. And they did. And obviously, they also went IPO and the rest is history and they are doing so well. And they are now reaching towards profitability. Quarter on quarter, if you look at their stock market growth, they're improving. So that's agility. In adversity, are you giving up or are you thinking of ways to solve it? Extremely important. It's not about just accepting the situation. It is about not only accepting the situation, but always thinking of a solution approach, how you're going to turn this around for your own advantage. So that's the kind of mindset extremely important for leaders to thrive. Resilience and purpose, my two favorite, only one more, but I think they exemplify resilience. Narayan Murthy literally had nothing to give as salaries, and when Sudha Murthy literally gave him the loan by keeping her jewelry, and that's resilience. He was so determined from what way, no matter how hard time that he faces, he will ensure that he will make a success. That's resilience. In adversity, how strongly you are standing by your things that you're pursuing and ensuring that you don't give up. And Tata's, I think, forever famous for the purpose-led organization that it is. It's never about right decisions. Rather, Tata said, I take decisions and make them right. So that's how purpose-driven he was. When Nano plant was being moved from West Bengal and it moved to Gujarat, he never cribbed about the failure or said anything to his people. I think they immediately had a plan around it. And how philanthropic on any aspect. And you talk to any person at Tata, I think their purpose, they are very purpose driven. They are very sure of how they want to take care of their people and how they want to build their businesses. So again, when the time comes, are you going to pay more importance to a paycheck or to your purpose? So it's very important. That calls for your mindset. And all these mindsets get tested when you face a tough time. So and last but not the least, I think collaboration. Today, nothing can be achieved in isolation. No matter how bright you are, no matter from which fancy college you have studied, how intelligent you are, or how well-to-do you are. In Hindi, we say, "Akela chana bhar nahi jog sakta," and that stands true in the business environment also. Alone, you can achieve nothing. And you should be a person who should be able to work with people. And you should be able to work with people who are different than you. A lot of times we want to always work with like-minded people. I'm sorry, but that is not diversity. You have to have the ability to work with people who have different opinion than yours. Because good brainstorming can happen only when there are diverse views. Hanji करने से कभी diverse views नहीं आएंगे and you will never get right output. So you should have the ability to not only accept challenge in a positive manner and have a debate around different points of views. So it's extremely important. You have to diminish the line of seniority and superiority. It doesn't work, at least not in the startup world. Great ideas have come from very junior people in our team, and we thrive on powers of ideas. So we have something called an initiative as the power of ideas. We invite everyone in the organization and we invite powers of ideas. So, somebody who's really on the field, who's facing the challenges can probably give us better ideas than us sitting in our cozy AC offices and figuring out what's the problem, what's going on. So that's the power of collaboration. And again, UPI is a great example where not just the government, the bank, everybody all came together to ensure that a great digital financial system is in place. And that's again about the mindset, how it gets delivered. And again, the kind of scale, size, efficiency, and speed at which it gets delivered. So these are the four mindsets. I leave you with the thought, think about it, which is one mindset that you would definitely want to, build and want to cultivate. And I think final takeaways for you, and I strongly believe as young leaders that you are, these are probably three things that I feel uh, you should be definitely focusing on. Please build your brand. It's not just about the work. It's in totality. How you talk, how you walk, how you think, how you communicate, your online presence, your offline presence, everything. It's important for you to build your own identity and focus on that. Please be curious, be a lifelong learner. I was talking to your deans and I was telling him, well, yes, officially I'm a CPO. I also head the operations for my organization. I'm also handling the business part of it. I'm handling sales part of it. And you have to continuously keep investing in yourself and keep, upping your game. I still spend my weekends learning about AI, and I'm sure by now you would have figured it out that this is an AI-generated presentation. I'm absolutely proud of doing hands-on, but it's important that your message is getting communicated the way you want it to be communicated. You have to be efficient with your time. You can't be spending 10 hours making a presentation where probably Gama can do it in like 10 seconds. So. The whole idea is how are you leveraging the technology? How are you leveraging it? How are you continuously ensuring that you're investing in yourself and are really competitive out there? So that's extremely important for, and especially people as young as you are, who are going to face the world, who are going to face the challenge. This is something that we should definitely ensure that you do. And please think of impact and not just income. A lot of times, and because in my own organization I see a lot of times people are only concerned and in crude terms, this salary में इतना ही काम होगा and I keep saying we want work-life balance. All is great. I'm not against any of this, but and that is why 95% people remain average and only 5% people move up. But those 5% of people are really not the ones who want work-life balance, are not the ones who want to have a chill pill. They are really working their asses off, if I can use that word. They are working very, very hard. They are really upping their game, learning new skills, investing in themselves, and they are really doing something what the rest of the world is not doing. And that's how you will, make a change out there. So with this, I think I'm done, and I'm happy to take any questions that you have. Thank you.
Once again, I thank you for your presentation, giving a macro view of what India has achieved, whether it is digital platform, health, pharmaceutical, agri-tech, and all that success that we have in the country, somewhere in the background, what we have talked about, solving the problem. And for solving those problems, we have a certain persons at different tiers, their mindset, what we talked about, that's of agility, resilience, and collaboration. So I think that is the core that Madam has talked about. I think that makes a lot of sense. So with that, I will invite these people to share it.
Hello, hello. Hello.
Guys, are you able to hear me? Yes, sir. Yeah. I'll be mindful of the time. I promise you that. and extremely important that we take some information from here, some learnings that has been given by your esteemed faculty members. Very happy to talk business with you. Very happy to give you certain pointers about my way of life and how we have actually grown into business. So everybody wants an 8-figure salary. I hope that. Everybody wants a 30% equity, 40% equity in a 100 crore plus startup. I have that. Everybody wants a good car. I have that. But that's the output. Now, the conscious effort is what is the process that got me that. And 1995, I carried a 700 rupees note borrowed from my parents and stayed in a place called Gulbarga and came down from a railway station taking the third standard ticket. There are 3 generations, Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z, and the millennials. I have seen all those generations together. And I can tell you, very few people were able to metamorphosize themselves from those generations to the generation that we are having. We are living in a fantastic flux. The choice and the opportunities are multi-million in nature. So if you want to become what we could become in the 40 years, the time span of what you could contribute to become is a question that is a challenge for everybody. So my presentation will not be about what to do, what you need to do, how you need to do, blah, blah, blah. My presentation is to tell you about what is there in India and what are the job opportunities that you have. And how do you get the job that you want to land. Would it be interesting then? Yes. Will we make everybody up? Yes. Good, thank you so much. So in this photograph, what you see is a company called Recycle. You see train, a goods train that I put. I put a photograph of a child, a tractor, something in solar. I think I put a little bit, very much on the digital India. A Zoho, see the Bamboo Zoho is also there beside that. And of course, there are airplanes and airports. So this is actually the next economic generation because the dynamic landscape. So first of all, what I will do is, I will not go back as 1995. Let me talk about only the 10 years. And in 10 years, what is the chronological order of what happened? Does a tree bear fruit on the day one? एक ही दिन में आता है क्या फल? नहीं आता ना. तो 2014 से 2024 में इंडिया क्या किया, उसका एक क्रोनोलॉजिकल ऑर्डर देखना है, जिससे समझ में आ जाएगा कि क्या हुआ. उसके बाद मैं बताऊंगा कि 2025 में जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज कहां है. Will that be interesting? Great, thank you. So पहली बात तो 2014 we had the first stable government, जहां पे हमने overwhelmingly एक stable government को vote किया है. What happened in 2014 is where you actually saw when there is a majority government, the bills get passed faster. The regional and the institutions which are very cornered towards their own state requirement, they don't need to adjust at all. So for the greater good of humankind, you got the GST rolled out. उसके बाद आपको डिजिटल इंडिया इनिशिएटिव आया था, जहां पे मेक इन इंडिया वाली बात थी. This is when your prime minister started going across all the countries and started showcasing that we are Indians. And you remember the India What was a story which Mr. Goyal presented saying India What? That India What was during this time. And what happened there is, that is when the whole business conference started. They said, all foreign guys said, okay, here comes a person. Let me see whether he is able to do something or not. You know, so देखा तो बहुत है. We have seen a lot of people, a lot of prime ministers come and go. Whether he will be able to do something or not. And that is how the first digital India initiative started. And you need to give a lot of credit to the platforms in private sector, including Jio, which actually started saying कि हम mobile phones में smartphones की तरफ बढ़ेंगे. Business conference, then came the improvement of business conference. Then came the story where insolvency and bankruptcy code came. So you could not, people could not get away by saying कि मेरा तो loss हो गया, मैंने कर्जा लिया हुआ है, income tax payer का कर्जा है, मुझे नहीं आता पे करना. They said, start selling the assets. And that is how the first area of strictness of the government was felt. पहली बार feel हुआ. Then came the GST, goods and services tax, when everybody became very, very clear, because we had the majority, you could actually lay on the goods and services tax and pass it in both the houses. Then came the Amazons of the world, and they said, okay, now we can expand in India. Anybody remembers the Hyundai factory that first came in Sri Perumbudur, Chennai? That was the first factory, if anybody remembers, in the car factory. That was the first factory that started saying that let us start repairing cars in India. And that was a big factory, which was always there. The Make in India initiative started. Samsung brought its manufacturing facilities in India. Then I told you about Hyundai, and then we also had Foxconn and Apple starting to actually start spare part production in India. They did not have the complete production. Now in Devanahalli, we are now going to have a complete end-to-end production of Foxconn. So suddenly you'll see made in India Apple phones coming. Maybe 18 Pro, 19 Pro, you'll actually see those things coming up. And also Samsung S26 FE, S26 Pro, वो भी इंडिया में आना शुरू हो जाएंगे. We also had some failures like Micromax and all, but some entrepreneurial failures happened. But at the end of the day, they were not penalized. They were not made to actually have a difficult life. That is when in 2022 India became a global economic powerhouse, and investor confidence is a classic example, as my previous esteemed colleagues have also told. Sensex. Everybody started saying, "Arey yaar, hum paisa bana sakte hain. We can start making money by making some alternate source of income." And then came the generation which has started looking out for jobs. So let me tell you some 12 themes, which is what is going to help you ride the waves. Consider yourself on those waves. And then you're all happy. And you're saying, ha, we have ridden the wave. You can't ride the wave without doing what is happening. And the first thing that is very important for all of us is MBA to karna hi hai. That is the 10th standard of this world. Because decade ago or 15 years ago, 10 plus 12 was a standard from somewhere you can actually get to. Then became graduation. Then became MBA. Now MBA is the base. Now you have to do something called specialization. So while you will be doing some jobs, it is also important to upskill because the world is changing so fast, as my esteemed colleagues have said. What you would have learned probably in 2 years will become obsolete in the next years to come. But then the basic confidence that needs to be done, that you are educated, is directly coming from Master of Business Administration. So how do we navigate? So let's talk about three drivers. The infrastructure transformation that is actually happening, and these are all rocket science. So let's say, one evening a truck driver called Ravi Mane is cruising in the new expressway from Delhi to Mumbai. This probably would have, maybe before 2014 or 2010, even 2010 was Delhi to Mumbai, a transportation guarantee was approximately 6 days. And the apples that were made in Jammu Kashmir will be the cold storage, and through cold storage freight, it will actually come to Bangalore, or even it will come to Orissa after 12 to 14 days. And an apple that was there, Washington apple, if you actually wanted a South African apple that you actually wanted, you needed to take a high seal agreement of 6 months. That is the lead time that used to be there. Today, it comes in 1 day to 1.5 days without any cold storage. The apple that you eat now is just 1 day or 1.5 days back from Himachal Pradesh. That is the kind of construction that's happening, 34 kilometers of construction. Anybody knows dedicated freight corridor? Anybody has an idea what is dedicated freight corridor? Yeah, please, if you can help me. Can you pass the mic to him? This is something very important. I would like to actually speak about this. You can speak if you are comfortable.
My name is A. Nikhilesh from MBA first year. Dedicated freight corridor is railway tracks from central part of India to west. For western freight corridor and eastern freight corridor, 2 parts of that. Where only freight trains are allowed without interventions in between or gates. So,
very nicely said. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you have read it. Dedicated freight corridor mein, everybody has gone to a railway station, right? Everybody see? Railway station mein, when a passenger train comes, the goods train is halted. So when a goods train is halted, because there is only 1 rail track or 2 rail tracks or 3 rail tracks, but most of them are occupied by passenger trains because passenger trains are given the priority. Goods trains are always the last priority. That's why rail freight never increased. People used to take surface transport, and roads were also not good. Dedicated freight corridor means those railway tracks which are at least 1.5 times thicker and taller than your normal passenger railway tracks. Now these railway tracks are fused together. They won't be a sounding back. They are fused. They are long tracks fused. And now imagine these tracks are going only for goods train and they will not be disturbed. They will not be disturbed because speed is essential. These goods train will carry anything from north to east, from south to west, from west to south, as well as from east to west. That's it. I think. Am I audible? Yes, sir. हाँ ठीक है ना चलेगा very good. So can you imagine उससे क्या होगा? The person who is staying in Ranchi will get a job in Ranchi. The person who is going to stay in Tirunelveli will get a job in Tirunelveli. The person has in Orissa, you are getting a dedicated freight corridor from touching the whole of Orissa. And I'll show you what it is. And that is how jobs are coming. Can you see this dedicated freight corridor? That means the entire goods train from Ludhiana to Dhampi to Kharagpur to Vijayawada. You are going to get a goods train. It doesn't mean that railway system का job मिलेगा. No, you will get jobs in infra. You will get jobs in power. You will be getting jobs in third-party logistic applications. You will be getting jobs in connecting and signal work. You will be getting jobs in sales also. Because जब माल बेचोगे तो भेजना भी पड़ेगा ना. You will be getting jobs in government and private sectors. You will be getting jobs in income and sales tax. You will be getting jobs in accounting. You will be getting jobs in management. And how many jobs are you thinking? 34 crore jobs out of 140 crore population is coming through dedicated freight corridor. And are we saying we don't have jobs? Are we worried? Please do some research here. When we say what is going to happen, you will see electrified freight only corridors. Eastern 1008 corridor from Ludhiana, from Dampudi, there will be an eastern way and western way. Now, what does this tell you? This means that from freight corridors we have direct job creation, construction, operation, entrepreneurship, cluster growth, skills and measurable pathways, micro KPIs. You can even have agri startups also. But what you need to do is research. Find out which organizations are going. Reach out to their HR. Talk that this is what is your specialization. If you are looking at rural management and rural is your specialization, there is green jobs here. Now let's talk about the second part. Career opportunities in infrastructure. Infrastructure does not mean only civil engineering. There is something called Gati Shakti. There is a digital plan. There is a geographical flexibility. So you, a person from Odisha need not necessarily go to Chennai. He is going to get a job within Odisha itself. He is going to get a job within Odisha and West Bengal. He might get a job within Odisha, West Bengal and whatever is nearby to Odisha. Maybe a part of Madhya Pradesh. Can you imagine you staying close to your family? This is what can be done if you see what kind of digital planning, what kind of geographical facilities that you can do. Now let's talk about the digital lead. Everybody has spoken about digital lead. We spoke that Nisha scans a QR code to pay neighborhood chaiwala, no cash needed, just UPI. Hundreds of miles away, Kamala Devi receives an SMS that her pension is credited by a tax activity. So what is it that you will be getting? How many people know who is actually giving the income, who is actually managing the income tax returns in India? Who do you think is doing it? Is it income tax, government of income tax is doing it? Government of taxation is doing it? Are they managing, say, how many salaries are there? Maybe 50 crores? Do you think 50 crores income tax or sales tax, income tax all put together? Do you think the government of India is doing it? It is the Infosys people who are doing it. It is the TCS who are doing it. They have been outsourced. The government of India cannot do them. That is where your jobs are there. So if you say you are working in TCS, will be surprised to know you are working in TCS but in the income tax department. Can you believe that? That is what is happening. There are major auto companies like Motherson Sumi. You must be thinking, what is Motherson Sumi? Actually, the guy who made this said, I have a mother and I am the son. Motherson Sumi. They make the premium auto components for every brand and class of cars in India. I'm sure not many people would have heard of it. So, what is it that this is going to give you? So digital transformation will completely give you direct benefit tax transfers, and you can make add-on programs to this, and that is where your entrepreneur spirit comes in. Internet universe expansion is at 895 million connections. Smartphones are everywhere, everybody knows it. But these are the numbers. What is the career opportunity then? Tech development. You can do the tech development in Unibuy, you can do a tech development in Reliance Retail, you can do a tech development in Shunya Agrotech, you can also do the tech development in microfinance. Tech development is right in front of you. Tech is for good. There are government tech opportunities which you can actually do. The tech for good. And then of course everybody is talking about entrepreneurship and how to actually handle it. So entrepreneurship is not for everybody, but it is open. There are 700 agri entrepreneurs who actually have a turnover of more than 1,000 crores in India. 700 agri entrepreneurs. Agriculture में 700 है मतलब 700 into 1,000 crores. Only startups. There is a new company created by one of my friends. His name is Vijay from Anandwar. He has created a startup which supplies fodder to the cows. Which is tried tested fodder taken from a farm, decided from what kind of fodder will be good. We are mostly organic and pesticide free, and will be fed to the cows to another farmer, another dairy farmer, and then you will get the A to B produced. सोचा था किसी ने? And you know how much of A2 ghee is consumed in India now? From the past zero. मतलब 2-3 साल पहले A2 ghee famous हुआ ना? Everybody knows A2 ghee, right? Yes. So, do you know what is the kind of turnover of A2 ghee now? In an Indian metro, every 6th household is consuming A2 ghee. Every 6th consuming house is A2 ghee. Because it contains the protein casein and beta casein, and it comes from the Gir cows or the Halika cows. And now can you imagine what kind of health consciousness has been fed? Now imagine you started Shunya, the company's name is called Shunya. You are giving class A class fodder to the cows because you are protecting it, and also in the organic. So if you think big, you can do anything that you want in your life. So this is another opportunity. So economic success, what you see is very clear. GST gave you logistic cost improvement by 15 to 20%, but increase the logistic companies. How many people know Elastic Run? Entex Corporate. Elastic Run is a $1.5 billion startup. I was also there as director of the company. It secured 800 billion funding because its core business was being the deliveries partner for Amazon and Flipkart. Then it started saying let's do microfinance. Then it started saying let us do logistics in rural areas, which is in 2,000 plus population. And all of this being asset light. Asset light का मतलब क्या होता है? गोदाम उनका नहीं है, गाड़ी सप्लाई करने वाला भी उनका नहीं है. गोदाम is of a सरपंच of a village. गाड़ी सप्लाई करने वाला is the entrepreneur, उसका खुद का गाड़ी. All he does is integrate this into app. Demand will come from the village shops. The salesman is actually having a sweet shop in a school. वो स्कूल में जब काम खत्म हो जाता है तो वो 15 विलेज कवर करता है, ऑर्डर ले लेता है, और वो ऑर्डर सिंक करता है, वो गोदाम में जाता है. गोदाम का जो मैनेजर है, he doesn't know the stock is there. He actually packs it, and then the third guy who's coming from the driver, he's from the village. Who he says I can supply to 15 villages. That guy won't say Tata is. He takes the stock, he collects the cash, comes back to Godown. The salesman doesn't go to Godown. The salesman has finished his order, he got his incentive. The driver goes to the Godown and delivers the stocks. And the Godown is of a sarpanch. And who is $1.5 million? Elastic Run on the app. That is logistics for us. If we talk about rural kirana, that is what it is. So I will not go beyond this. So please, I will share this with you. So whatever you see here, 50% of Tier 2 and 3 cities, Bharat is innovating. All the ideas that I gave you are Google. I'm not told Amazon, I'm not told you Flipkart, all the things you know. But all of the things that I'm showing to you very clearly are from bad countries. And you know how many billionaires is making? 97,000 startups. We thought, tell me 10 startups in your name. Can you think of a leadership? Minus Amazon, minus Flipkart. Minus Zomato, minus Swiggy. Can you tell me 10 startups? That is the reason I want you all to please do a lot of research, and I will give you the research papers that you need to study. I will give it to you so that you understand that this is going to be beneficial for you. Now let me talk about a company called Recycle. Has anybody heard of this company? Of course, I think you would have heard, so I will not say it. Has anybody heard of this company? Yes, no? Okay. In management, when you are going to talk to your manager, as Subha ma'am has asked, when the first question is asked and everybody raises hands, the second question will be asked, connecting to the first question. And this is a behavior thing, please remember. And then the third question will be asked connecting to the second question. If you know the first question, second question, and third question, you will be really admired because you have gone deep to the subject. Recycle is a company which was actually 61 crores in 2021. Today it is 750 crores in 2023. It will cross 1,000 crores. So it is an environment company. It recycles products. It is all about clean energy and power. Please do go to this website called Statista. Anybody understand Statista? If you have seen Cell or Type, India's fastest growing companies in 2025. Don't be surprised this company will come into the picture. And you will say, "Hey, this company is not that anybody is there. I'm saying anybody is. Now, when we want to dig deep, this is the opportunity that we get. Everybody knows about AI and software as a service. There is banking as a service, there is microfinance as a service, now there is IaaS, insurance as a service. So there are many things that you can see in the aspirational part. Now let's talk about warehouse and logistics. Earlier sales used to be the most preferred job role because that will earn the maximum salary. Today it's about warehouse, logistics and system management. Because without this, sales is no use. You can't supply the next day, the customer is very unhappy. And that is why we are talking about career evolution. Complete career evolution. There are websites where people have quit job and doing gig work and earning more than what they were earned. This is the career evolution that's happening. 40% is flexible. For that, you need to study beyond what you study. You have to make yourself sharper, taller, and harder. So what is the mindset that has already been spoken? I will tell you 3 mindsets. Not this, but something else. The questions that came generally were saying, if I have some idea, and it is very difficult to explain to other people. The idea is not getting. What do I do? The answer is learn tact. TACT. किसी को बात करने के अंदर उसको किस तरह से समझाना, उसमें टैक्ट है. You can convince a person if you have data-backed information. Sir, can I take 2 minutes? I have done some research and I believe that we should not do this activity, but we can do this activity if you give me 2 minutes. Even the worst kind of guy will listen to you if you say, I have it with data. So any research that you do, anything that you do, have a data-backed research. Second, have an ability to learn. Please learn. It is extremely important that you have to learn from people and you have to have a cross-culture training. You cannot be in a group. That is change. And the third most important is be humble. You have to be humble. Because after you leave this place and you go to any of the, you step on the floor of any of these companies, whatever you have done will not matter. It will start from ground zero. That's why is important that you actually have a continuous learning habit. At the end of the presentation, I am going to give this presentation to you. The PPT can take 4 hours to be made. The research will take 1 day to be made. Think on the research, not on the PPT. It is very important. That is why I had one of my friends saying I'm an overthinker. I said overthinkers are those leaders of tomorrow. We want overthinkers because the dopamine effect of doom scrolling is not making people focused. It is very important that the leaders will be accepted only when they think. And the thinking is going to change the way you speak. And the speaking is the changing the way you are going to be considered. And consideration is going to give you the salary that you are getting. With that, I close my presentation. Take it down. Thank you.
What we have to learn in our life.
Namaskar, my name is Abhivyakti and I'm from SNC Finance and it's NBFC. For the last 30 years we are serving this nation and I'll talk about young leaders, about me. So, how many people are wearing black color in this room? Can you stand up? So this black color is our future. White color like me, like so, and some faded colors, they are the history. Okay? So this is alignment between experience and the future, how the future will come. So I will not talk about anything which we are doing. And we did. So I will tell you one story. 1992, I finished my graduation. That time, Dr. Manmohan Singh came and globalization came in 90s. Okay? And that time I was a seat in 90s. Everyone said, globalization India में आ रहा है, India को बर्बाद हो जाएगा. And US will come and other countries will come and they will again the British Raj or the US Raj will come. But nothing happened. There's a lot of job opportunities came. A lot of things happened. And still we are surviving with a good salary, with a good money. So here I will talk about the young leaders. How many people have heard about Viksit Bharat? How many people? Only 60-70%. What is Viksit Bharat? No, anyone? Just stop.
My name is Ayush Mishra. Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Ayush Mishra from.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Ayush Mishra from RM first year batch. Viksit Bharat is the target set by our Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, to make India a developed country by 2047.
So it's development plus sustainability and inclusive nation. So when I'm talking about inclusive nation, urban area, metros, semi-urban, rural, everything is coming in inclusive nation. Sustainability, we achieve a lot of things in our life. But are we able to sustain that? No. So sustainability is also required for us. Develop, every moment we have to develop ourselves. I'll give you one example. 15 years ago, I don't know anything about WhatsApp. Even the sir is sitting here, no one knows WhatsApp. Today we know what is WhatsApp, how the communication is happening. In 80s, if I have to call Canada or America, I have to book a phone call. Today, within a second through WhatsApp, I call my son, I call my relatives. So what is happening? We are making our life easy. Okay? So we have to develop on these things. We have to learn a lot of things. And what this picture is showing, this one. What? Seeds. So all the black color people are the seeds of India. For 2047. These seeds will become plants. And we want at least these seeds should become plant, not money plant. Okay, money plant is a creeper. So you have to develop yourself. Sustainability is required, inclusion is required. That is a easy eye. What is our growth opportunity? What are the growth drivers? Digital India, domestic market, local to local, green energy, infrastructure. Satish talked about infrastructure. A lot of things about this infrastructure is happening, and a lot of things will happen. Bullet trains are coming, a lot of things are happening. Why it is happening? To make our life easy. Startups, thousands of startups are coming, and hundreds of startups are closing because of funds. So, when you are going for a startup, you should know what is the sustainability. And sustainability is required for that. Otherwise, you have to close that. Rural market is very important. I'll give you a good example. I'm a storyteller also. As an NBFC, under our RBI guidelines, there is a 3 layers are there. One is less than 1,000 crores. One is more than 1,000 crores and less than 50,000 crores AUM, and another one is a 50,000 crores and above. These are the 3 layers are there in NBFC. So we are on the lower level, which is less than 1,000 crores. Then one day we made a video. We want to come to the next level, which is the middle layer, which is more than 1,000 crore rupees and less than 50,000 crore area. So what we did, we have a business loan, which is a unsecured loan, and we have offices in Bombay, Mumbai, we have offices in Chennai, we have offices in Pune, Thane, but the business, the profitability is not coming. We adopted a new business model, which is the secured lending, which is a micro loan, where the ticket size is only 5 lakhs. Aligarh, Hathras, these are the key markets, and Morbi in Gujarat, these are the markets. So we closed our offices in the metro and we shift our offices to rural and the semi-urban area. And now, lot of companies, AU, Utkarsh, Bandhan, lot of companies are moving from metro to these areas. Because the business is there, the profitability is there. So rural market, if you talk about the inclusive growth of India, you can't ignore the rural market of India. Inclusive growth, only rural and the semi-urban will get it. Now, our Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, is also opening a lot of airports in the semi-urban area like Gaya, Purnia. Why they are opening? Is the business is there? No. Sorry, is the tourism is there? Yeah, tourism is there, but the business is also there. I know one of my friend who is from Banaras. He has a cold storage, and he have a, I think, 100 billion cake he has. What he is doing, the fresh fruits and the fresh vegetables taking from the Banaras, and next it is going to the Dubai market. So business is there. So now these are the things where the infrastructure we are developing. India is developing, not we, India is developing. So this is only because of economic growth. So you have to concern, as a seed, I just want to tell you, with my experience, see next 5 years after doing your graduation from here, next 5 years you have to learn a lot of things. And I'll tell you one thing, very frankly, in front of respected faculty members, whatever you are learning here, it will not work in your workplace. Let me tell you very frankly. So you have to learn again. So, and whatever you are learning here, you have to unlearn and then relearn the things. It is required. Still, I am 53, but I feel I am an apprentice. Because, why I feel apprentice? Because today I know how to work in ChatGPT. Today I know how to work in Gemini AI. Today I know how to work in other apps. And how the digitalization is something I know because of my apprentice approach. And if I don't want to test, I can't survive. For my survival, it is required. As a young leader, I'll tell you, this next 17 years is very crucial for you guys. You have to prepare yourself. Be focused, be firm, whatever you want to do. Failures will come in your life. Accept that failures. Digest your success. The person who is standing here, he worked in 8.5 years in one company, and he got a punishment transfer to the next slide area, that is Bhagalpur. But I learned from that also. And that's a turning point of my life. So failures will be a turning point of your life. Okay? So I'm not talking about Zomato and everything. Even Zomato is failed once upon a time. But today they are success. So your consistency is required when you are failed, not when you are success. Why dear leaders? Can you tell me why young leaders, why you are doing your MBA from here? What is the purpose of doing MBA from here? What is the purpose of your learning? My God. Hello? What is the purpose of your learning? Yes, yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Supriya from batch 2226. Sir, the purpose of the learning is we make ourselves better day by day, and from here, from the exam, it's a carry the legacy of 29 years, and we inspire from the many leaders from those that pass out from here. So that's sir. And the main purpose of the MBA is making ourselves for the tomorrow's leader or for the tomorrow generations development. Sir. That's it.
What's your name?
Supriya.
Supriya, I'm very blunt. You are not in a Miss India contest.
Sorry, sir.
The purpose of your learning is only one thing. पैसा कमाना. How the true Abhivyakti will come if you are not a financial stable? Tell me one thing. This true Abhivyakti will come if you are not financially stable. So next 5 years after this, you require to be financially stable. You require to be change agent. So change agent is another Abhivyakti. So change agent, how this will happen? If you are a yes, yes, this change will happen? No. So you have to be a no. You have to learn how to say no. Then you are the true change agent. Adaptability is required. Innovation, adaptability is required. How many people are from here from Bhubaneswar? Are you able to go to Trivandrum if you get a good job? So, Bhubaneswar guy. So what will happen? You will get a cultural shock. And what will happen after that? Are you adapting that or not? Being a Mumbaiker, almost 5 years I've completed in Gurgaon. Sorry, man. Don't take it as a life. I'm unable to adopt Gurgaon. But still, I know on first there is a good golden message is coming in my mobile phone. That's my survival. So I'm adopting that. What do you know about golden message? What is that golden message? Yes. Good, that you know. So adaptability is required situationally. There is a difference between adaptability and compromise. Don't compromise. Adopt the thing, but don't compromise. Empower. See, everyone is saying empower, empower, empower. As a lazy person like me, I empower everything because I don't want to work. So you require to be after 5 years, you require to be more lazy, more smart. So you can give this empowerment to your team or anyone else. Empowerment, how you will know by technology, tool, algorithm, and wisdom. These are the three things that's required. Technology intelligence is our tool. Okay? Artificial intelligence is our algorithm. And human intelligence is our empathy, our wisdom, unsaid wisdom. And a lot of people say everything is artificial intelligence is coming, what will happen, will I get a job or anything else. At the age of 50, I just want to tell you, job security is oxymoron. Okay? There is no job security in the life. You have to upgrade every day yourself. Every day you have to learn something. Every day 1% improvement is required. Your creativity, ethics, empathy, adaptability, and moral responsibility is change your life. These are the things required in human intelligence. So you have to work on that. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Personal or professional, anything you require, any interview tips, I'm available. Interview is only 15 to half an hour. So you have to know it. Your confidence is required. Your guiding approach is required. Whatever you know, you can. Whatever you don't know, you can very well. Thank you very much.
Once again, I thank you, sir. With his humorous words, I think he has said many foundational philosophical issues that has to be in front of you. For example, the example of seed and then colors. So without diversity, different colors like actually well. So I think based upon that, for you also, you have to be unique in that sense. Each will have a different colors, each are different seeds, so different plants. So we have to visualize that what we are relevant. So I think that is an important lesson for future leaders. And then only we have a mix of inclusion, sustainability, and other things. As everybody will be standardized like 4 hours. So we will have that type of society. So we don't want to go in that direction. So once again, I thank you. And I will request
one important thing that I wanted to highlight, Professor T. Kumar, sir, wonderful to hear your speech in the morning. One important thing that he highlighted, and I wanted to take away from there is, on the 4.3 trillion turnover that you actually have on the economy, he was talking about purchasing power parity. I'm sure everybody knows what purchasing power parity is, and it is a experiment being to the tune of 10x, which is true. If you actually earn 12 lakhs in India, you need to earn 30 lakhs in Dubai and to maintain the same standards. And the rate of growth in India on the economic scale is very, very high. So that's my takeaway for anybody who says that he wants to go abroad now. I don't care about Trump, but I'm saying even if you want to go to Dubai, please ensure your salaries are exactly 2.5 lakhs. It's not that. And India is the fastest thing on it. The second thing I like about what you have said is empathy. There is something called किसी के जूतों में से सोचना. Empathy is not sympathy. But empathy is to sit on somebody's shoe and think, "Arey, sahi bol raha hai. Do you think I should also think it this way? It might not be your agreeable way." ये जरा ध्यान रखना. It is very important. Your faculty says that you are very lucky to have that. Professor Neeraj Kumar, sir, the dean, good evening, sir. He has said, "How do I join expertise with experience?" बोलने का मतलब ये है कि you guys might be very smart, but experience teaches something else. You You don't need to write a book on experience. But the experience that teaches you, you should take it something away from it. Expertise will teach you how to speak fast. Experience will teach you when to speak. So when you want to have a disagreement, be tactful. Tactful. क्या सोचेगा सही जा रहा है गलत जा रहा है आई नो कंप्लीटली आई डोंट नो आई नो ओनली पार्टी मुंह बोलने से पहले मैं पूरी तरह से तैयार हूं या नहीं सर आई थिंक बोलने की जगह सर आई नो बिकॉज ऑफ दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एंड इन द सेम पॉइंट व्हाट यू सेड bridge the gap between academics and behavior. What got you here will not go there because once you are in your new jobs you are going to be among strangers. So there is no more Malayali group, Gujarati group, Odia group, Punjabi group anymore. Those are gone. Because the minute you go out there, that will become an Amazon group, this will become a Google group, this will become a Flipkart group, that might become a Ashok Leyland group, this might become an Amul group. And then once those groups of students have also been selected, then when you go to the office, you will find students from your university and students from some other university. There might be students who are below your university standards, but they have 2 years experience. There might be people who actually will speak a different language if you don't know. So behavior is going to be very important. The closure of academics is the start of behavior. I'm telling you very, very clearly. And as Sir has said, I have been to 12 states. I worked in 12 states. And my last, before I became the head of India, and I'm fluent in 6 languages. And when I say languages, I can read, write, and speak 3 languages. So don't concise yourself to only one Odia or one Hindi. Don't. Be open-minded because if you learn languages and if you have decided to go into sales, if you're getting a job after 5 years as a regional head, you will be surprised to see how you can actually lead a team in Tamil Nadu. Because the company will share that if you want to become a national leader, first show me whether you can show profit in the south, or profit in the west, or profit in the east. And this is not nothing to do with only sales background, even technology background. So how will you communicate as a leader? That's also very important. So to sum this up, I just wanted to highlight this. This is my takeaway. Please look into your books and what is your takeaway. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I will request volunteers if they are here. So I will request students to raise their hand. The volunteers will come with the mic. And please ask the question and with whom they are directed.
Young leaders, I just want to tell you one thing which I forgot. I always tell to these young leaders, your competitor is your yesterday. Okay? Always remember, I have a phone which says never settle. Samsung says what next? Make yourself your competitor, not your peers or not your seniors. Make yourself your competitor.
Please, student can raise their hand and if there are volunteers, please come to the mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tanmay Sharma from the first year batch of MBA Rural Management. First of all, I would like to thank all the speakers for such an insightful session. My question is for Mr. Satish sir. Sir, as students, many of us dream of startups. So, but before getting into this concept, what is the key thing that we should focus on before even thinking of starting a startup?
Great question. You want to think about a startup, right? If you want to think about a startup, first thing that you need to understand, and this is first as behavior. Are you willing to give that hours? Are you willing to put that sacrifice? Are you willing to be that humble? That are you willing to actually unlearn that I have learned something which is there academically? Are you willing? Then there's something called passion. Because you actually believe there is a startup idea that you have got. But what is the size of market of the startup idea? Can internet give me the solution to that question? Suppose I want to make rasgulla and gulab jamun in the tin packs. In tin packs. First we need to understand when is it consumed. Who consumes rasgulla and gulab jamun? Would it sell in West Bengal or in Odisha? Or will it sell in Tamil Nadu? What kind of size of sweet market is there? What is the size of competition that is there? Where can I set up? Where are the platforms to sell? What is the kind of finances that I require? Which are the banks that actually give me this kind of finances? Do I need an external consultant or a food technologist to actually start making this? What is the price of sugar, which is one of the main components? What could be the breakdown of components of the products that actually will happen? And after that, have I done a competition benchmark? Is it the right price? Is it the value for order? Am I giving a rasgulla which is made from A2 milk and a gulab jamun which has protein for gulab jamun instead of making a rasgulla and gulab jamun? Because gulab jamun is not good to health, तो उसमें प्रोटीन पाउडर डाल सकता हूँ क्या? दूध में डेयरी मिल्क कपड़े के साथ और रसगुल्ला का A2B वाला रसगुल्ला बना सकता हूँ क्या? So people will feel that it is happy. Can I make a sweetened rasgulla or can I make a sweetless rasgulla? What exactly is the market that I can differentiate? That's the technical part. Behavioral part again. Who will I hire? I will not have the money to give. Who will I take money from? What's the guarantee? Who is my guarantor? Can I take somebody who is a food technologist and he can actually design something like this? Do I have people whom I can attract with a common purpose? Then comes the most important part. How will I execute? If those things are done and Papa ne paise de diye, how will I execute? What are the areas? What is my 30-day plan? What is my 60-day plan? What is my 90-day plan? What is my go-to-market strategy? Where will I pitch it? Have I tasted it? Have I kept it in the cold freezer for a number of days for it to actually have a gestation period? Is it safe now? Is the packing safe? Have I followed all the rules of the government? Then comes the tracking. Now comes the training. What's the branding group? Should I put the face of Katrina Kaif on the rasgulla thing? Or should I ensure that I put a face of a bodybuilder on the gulab jamun thing? What exactly are they? Who are the experts? Will there be an external consultant where I don't pay much? Do I take data from AI and ML to understand what exactly is the business strategies that I can use? Have there been case studies where a situation as such has happened in a state like Mexico? Or can I reflect the kind of behavioral patterns to India? You have to think. Then comes the main point. अभी खत्म ही नहीं हुआ. ये तो एक पार्ट है. अभी जाके एक्सपर्ट से पूछो. Who has already made it? Find a consultant. There are I charge $600 an hour for external consultant. Just to let you guys know. I'm not charging anything now. So the fact of the matter is, you have to get a consultant. Oh, food technology. Has he made it for Haldiram? Has he understood which are the guys who will kill? You want to kill the team. Who are the team manufacturers? Who are the sweet manufacturers? How do I ensure that it is coming across? If I need to make a factory, what is the capex? Then comes the next part. Who are the customers? For the customers, to reach to the customers, what is the platform? Is it via D2C? Is it via retail? Is it via Kirana? I am going to appoint distributors. Once you do this, it is called white paper. Once you do this, then you start understanding what would be the risks. कहाँ पे fail हो सकता है? That is where you actually do something called risk assessment. So you make the white paper, now you make the risk assessment. Then you go and pitch it to the stakeholders. अब पापा जी 20 करोड़ दे दो, 10 कुल्ला का फैक्ट्री बोलो. पापा जी बोलेंगे 20 करोड़ में अगर 1 करोड़ भी गायब हो गया, लगा देंगे श्रीलंका. इसलिए पापा जी आप 2-2 करोड़ दो, वहीं से शुरू करो. And that is how Papa Ji will do. It is investors. Papa Ji doesn't mean Papa Ji. It's investors. We call them as Papa Ji because I do the investor pitch deck. Then you need to talk about the first step. You need to find a good face to sell. Good face to sell doesn't mean Amitabh Bachchan or Gita Ji. That's very high. Good face to sell means somebody who is an expert in selling the product and saying to the category managers or the customers or to the Blinkits, the Swiggies, or the Zomato of the world that please take this product, I will ensure that this is going to sell. Then you take another consulting which is on digital marketing, social media, SEO, optimization, because that's the fastest way you connect to people because digital world. Then you actually do a complete analysis of what are the various elements in digital area that you will be investing. अभी भी खत्म नहीं हुआ. इसके बाद शुरू होता है your finance. So you will handle a finance guy and you will say, hey, come join me. This is how we want to do it. This is the process. I hope everybody enjoyed it. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ayush Banerjee from School of Rural Management, first year. So my question is for Satish as well. Sir, since around 45% of the Indian startups now originate from Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, what special advantages do they get in comparison to the startups that originate from Tier 1 cities, and how us as young professionals contribute to that ecosystem?
The first advantage that you get is low cost infrastructure. The first advantage. आँख बंद करके बता रहा हूँ. गुड़गांव में एक रहते पूछो बैठ. The first advantage, I was in Gurgaon well, the first advantage you get is great infrastructure thanks to Government of India because the roadways are there. Have they gone to villages and seen concrete roads, cemented roads? उस तरह का infrastructure. So you get a great infrastructure. Highway network is that, so you get great highway network. So that's one. Second, government subsidies. You get a lot of government subsidies when you actually start. Now this concept of SEC loan is over. It is now the concept of the company, SEC company, special economic company. So when you want to actually hire something which you want to do as a reach, you will actually get a lot of government subsidies. Third is communication advantage. 5G network is everywhere. खत्म हो गया. तो 5G phone इतना silently घुस गया कि it's like a thief who has come, stolen the ring and gone away, and after 6 महीने के बाद शादी में जाने के लिए ring ढूंढ रहे हो. उसकी जब इस 5G network आ गया, अंदर घुस गया, and 5G network is everywhere. Fourth, you get very stable local talent because most of the guys who are in after COVID there is something called reverse migration. Do you know what is reverse migration? Yes, sir. क्या है बताओ? Yes.
So earlier people used to go to urban areas for the jobs and everything, but after
correct, very good. After when 31 crore people are not come back to cities. 31 करोड़ लोग वापस आए नहीं हैं, वहीं पे रह गए हैं, अपनी दुकानें खोल के, या अपना ऑफिस खोल के, अपना मैन्युफैक्चरिंग खोल के. So you get that talent coming in. Number 5, वो जमाना चला गया जहाँ पे अपनी बोलते हैं ये लोग मतलब फार्मर्स जिनका प्रोटेक्शन नॉन प्रोटेक्शन 34 अभी के बीच में जो नॉन प्रोटेक्शन जैसे वो लोग शहर में जाके लेबर काम करते थे, अभी खत्म हो गया. You can see so many buildings जो आधी पड़ी हुई है, जिनके टाइमलाइंस already 1-2 साल 3 साल पेंडिंग है. देख रहे हैं ऐसे बिल्डिंग देख रहे हैं. You must have heard it, no? Lodha Group has actually extended. Buyers have found out difficulties to actually do construction. They have few because they are not getting the labor. So reverse migration, uska is part advantage. 6 is educated manpower. So you can get a CFO from the rural area. You can get a CFO from rural area. You can get a CHRO also from rural area. You can get trained sales, manufacturing manpower also from rural area. Okay? Or chata, most importantly, very less capital expenditure compared vis-a-vis to cities. Whether it is salary cost, running cost, logistic warehouse cost, yeah. Now, these are the benefits of the car. Okay? Thank you.
So we have time for 2 more questions, okay? Please.
Good evening. My name is Amay Krishna and I'm from the MPRM second year batch. My question is for Sulba ma'am. Ma'am, in one of your slides you mentioned that innovation in India is no longer imported. It is born in India, it is born in Bharat and built by its youth. And you mentioned few companies like Ola, Zerodha and Zepto. Ma'am, but unfortunately most of these businesses were adaptation to existing businesses. And for instance, Ola is an adaptation of Uber, and companies like Zepto and other quick commerce players, they are built on the concept built by co-op. So, like most of these businesses were not the first one to do it.
So, what's your opinion in that? Like, are we witnessing a freight drain? Like, most of our innovators have left the country to pursue a better trajectory. So, what's your opinion on this, and what we as a country could do to, act as an incubation center?
Okay. While I understand they will appear to be an adaptation, but the point is there was a need in the country. And for few things, there is obviously a cycle of evolution that happens. Something, computers, for whatever reasons, first happened in America and then we use them. And now large supercomputers are in now India. The point is you identify a problem and you solve for it. So be Ola, be Zepto, be Zerodha, all of them were trying to solve a problem out here. It's not about reinventing the wheel every time. How can you make that wheel better, stronger, faster? It doesn't deteriorate. So I think one should look at an opportunity which exists, and I think in India, all three of them, or even many more, are trying to solve for a problem within the country, and there is an opportunity. So I think you don't really need to have a absolutely innovative, novel idea, and then only you can think that this is what I want to use it. But how do you understand, pick up a problem and solve it? That is innovation for the place where you are operating. That's my view.
See, hello, Mr. Young Leader. I have something to say this in this question. So we have to use Control C. Not required every time we have to use our brain. So Control C is required, and then Control V is not required. Control B is required. Use your brain. So every time you don't require, sometimes you require to be inspired.
So, the last question for today's session.
Good evening, sir. My name is Kalan Murli and I am from the MBA second year batch. So my question is to Bhaskar, sir. So, sir, how do we ensure that there is inclusivity within this Viksit Bharat plan? Like basically how the rural, tribal and all the marginal people also benefit from this, and how do they prosper from this? How do we ensure that, going into this Viksit Bharat is an advantage for them also, not only the people who have knowledge about it?
Thank you very much that you asked me this question. I just want to tell you now the metro cities are stagnant. There is no progress on that. They are not doing any progress. The people are very stagnant. Your BKC is stagnant. Gurgaon golf course road is stagnant and all this. Now the new opportunities are coming in rural market where the tribals you are talking, this is skill-based things are there. Lot of skills are there which is not explored yet when the digitalization happened. So next 10 years, if you ask me, Government of India as well as the young leaders like you, more focus on rural management. That's why I said, being a loan lending company, why we moved from urban area to this semi and rural area, because every business needs the money. For might be 15 lakh is nothing for Bombay, but Dosa, the Rajasthan area or in Gorakhpur or any other cities, 15 lakhs is a huge amount. So now the loans are happening, government is supporting everything, and through digitalization, Facebook and whatever the social media, lot of things are where the skill is coming and the people are monetizing that skill. That is important, very important. Monetize your skill, and now the rural area, rural India is monetizing their skill. So it will happen. How, if you are talking a lot of permutation, combination are there. So if you ask me direct question, I cannot give the answer. But yeah, it will happen. Intent is there. Main thing is intent, and that intent is there.
for inclusive growth.
Because it's directly connected to me. Go Desi, I actually Go Desi. Go Desi is a Indian confectionery company. It talks about Indian authentic confectionery players like Indigo, Kacha Ham flavor, real ham flavor, guava, chili guava flavor in the terms of fruity bars. And then Desi Pops, if you type Go Desi or anybody can type, you'll actually see my founder meeting Narendra Modi. And he has had a discussion with Narendra Modi. He's opened the store. We actually had it. Or you can see him in Shark Tank. 2022, he was in Shark Tank as a possibility. Today we were at that time 18.1 crores. Today we are going to cross to 150 crores, and we are having the second line of investment of 400 crores. Now you can tell me that I used to handle 8,000 crores. Why I come back to 400 crores? That's not the way we look at life after some time. Being the founder, I actually handle 3 factories. Okay, I'm not the founder, but I handle 3 factories. In these 3 factories, there are 150 akkas. Akkas means elder sisters. These 150 akkas actually have their husbands or their daddies, or their husbands or their sons, either in the farming business, or in the traditional rural India business, or in the implementation business, or they can be within the school, they can be school masters, electricians, wells. So they come in 3, they are all tribals. They come in Tilpur, Sira, Virdi. Most of them are actually tribals, in the sense very low strata. We actually employ 150 people per factory. It is 450 people. They come in 3 batches. They are the ones who know how to make imli pops. They are the ones who know how to make jackfruit sweets. What we do is we bring those products and we full hygiene. Because you will not eat the gulab jamun that is there in kirana shop, na sukha wala, lal color wala. या बर्फी आप नहीं खाओगे ना, because you feel अरे वो कब डाला होगा. But those people उनके लिए वो चिक्की विक्की जो है जो हाथ में छीते हैं वो लोग खाते हैं, गरीब खाते हैं. Now imagine उसी फैक्ट्री में हम हमारा Go Desi ब्रांड करके we are making it as a national confectionery. We are printing it as national confectionery because we are confident we made HACCP FSSAI certified. Today, all the salary goes to them. Now they earn 18,400 rupees. Every akka earns 18,400 rupees. बड़ी बात है 18,400 रुपए के लिए. And 18,400 rupees direct salary goes to their bank accounts. It doesn't go to their husbands. We never know. पीके निकाल दिया तो, पीके उड़ा दिया तो, हमें नहीं पता. फार्मर का ज्यादा क्या हमें नहीं पता. उनके akka से ले जा रहे हैं. So this answers your question as how. Second, anybody knows? Remember country delight milk? अरे वाह, कंपनी का नाम बता बेटा. Bijapur Dairy. Bijapur Dairy. Bijapur is a village part of Karnataka. दिखा है ना? Run by IIMs. उसमें बड़ा controversy हुआ था, वो अलग. But that is here. What they have done is there are certain areas where they collect milk at a premium price, more premium than GCMMF, and they actually ensure that particular quality. वो गाय जो है, they come from a specific breed of cows, Jersey cows. Yeah, they come from a specific breed of cows, not Indian breed. And Bijapur Dairy gives training as to how to grow the cows, gives the calves, and buys milk from them in return. And you see the quality. Everybody has seen the quality. You don't want to drink any other milk. That's because of the hygiene standards. And वो पैसा भी tribals यहाँ पे देखा नहीं जाता कि वो tribal है, ST है. They actually go deep and bring. And the places from where they bring, those places are lush and green. I hope that answers the second example. Thank you.
Once again, I thank you all the speakers who have joined here to enrich our students' experience to their wisdom. So once again, thank you. And now I invite our student volunteer to join in for closing insight.
Thank you, sir. Let's give a heartfelt gratitude to sir for guiding our discussion, making this conclave truly remarkable.
Now, as a mark of our gratitude, we would like to invite Professor S.S. Singh to come to the dais and present a memento to our valued speaker, Ms. Sulbha Rai, along with a copy of Abhivyakti, the annual newsletter of School of Rural Management launched by Team R9. I request Mehak Doshi to come onto the stage for the mentor and the copy.
Next, as a small token of gratitude, we request Professor S.S. Singh to present a memento and copy of Abhivyakti to our distinguished speaker, Mr. Bhaskar Ghosal. I request Pranay Gupta to please come up to the stage with a memento and a copy of Abhivyakti. I request SS Singh sir again to present a memento and copy of Abhivyakti to our distinguished speaker, Mr. Satish Thakkar. I also request Pranay Gupta to please come onto the stage with the memento and the copy of Abhivyakti.
Now, as a mark of our gratitude, we would like to invite Professor Neeraj Kumar, Dean School of Rural Management, to honor our moderator of the session, Professor Satyendranath Mishra, with a memento and a copy of Abhivyakti. We request Mehak Doshi to kindly bring the memento to the stage along with a copy of Abhivyakti.
We now invite our respected speakers and dignitaries for a group photograph with all the faculty members.
Next, what a remarkable and thought-provoking day it has been. As we wind down, let us take a moment to think about the important ideas and lessons shared today. The experiences and thoughts shared by our speakers have given us new understanding and will help us look at the challenges and opportunities in rural management in a different way.
As the session comes to an end, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speakers for their invaluable insight that have truly enriched this event. We sincerely thank our respected faculty and the XIM administration for their unwavering guidance and support, which have been pivotal to the event's success. Our deep appreciation also goes to our media partners and the Illuminatives, the PR cell of XIM University, as well as the outreach committee for their dedicated effort in amplifying the event's reach and ensuring its seamless execution.
We express our gratitude to the core team as well as junior executive member of Team RMAX for their tireless work behind the scenes, creating a memorable experience for all. A special thanks to the batches of 2026 and 2027 for their enthusiastic participation, making Abhivyakti 2025 a remarkable and unforgettable event. Thank you.